of the arm around your chest. What's left inside? Lying, licking your blade. Do you really bleed if it washes away? Take a ride, rough as you can. Tell you a secret, right as your dogs are closing in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in, into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and drink it
플라스기아 화이팅!
농심 파이팅!
플라스기아 화이팅!
농심 화이팅!
플라스기아 정승 우승 가자!
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK Cup 2025. We're here in the playoffs and now there are only 4 teams left. D plus Kia up against Nongshim Red Forest for our first match. And D plus Kia, they had a very good seed. They were #1 seed, in fact. They got to choose the team that they wanted to play against. They said, Home Life Esports looked pretty good in that match against T1, so we will select Nongshim. And now we have the most wonky matchup of all time, which could go either way, could go crazy. What are you thinking about this one, Ox?
Yeah, I mean, I think on paper, based on what we've seen so far, D Plus definitely favored. Nongshim have definitely shown some improvements, working better as a team. Listening to Lahens has been really important.
Yeah.
But D Plus have looked very good. It's not like they've been infallible, but they haven't dropped a series yet. They're the only team to have gone to the group stage without dropping a single series, so that was pretty big from them. And estimations were that they would be better in best of 5s. You haven't seen them play a best of 5 yet in Fearless, but with the picks they were displaying in the group stage, I think the general consensus is D Plus are a team who really have a lot of tools in the arsenal, and this is the opportunity for them to really show it off if it does come to later in the in a best of 5 with Fearless. That being said, Nongshim have really gotten their money's worth at the LCK Cup. They have played a lot of series so far, have to fight their way through the gauntlet essentially.
Yeah, and we've seen that actually does help teams from time to time when you have that bit of extra experience. But as you mentioned before, D plus Kia, just kind of a team that showed off and had a lot of fun during the group stage. They were just kind of playing whatever they wanted. They seemed very strong and fearless, and you know, they have a lot of players that have very wonky and different champion pools and very deep champion pools, so they should be the big favorites here. They were undefeated, and we do have empowered spiciness from Nongshim, that is for sure. They defeated their Kryptonite KT, but at the same time, KT wasn't a very big opponent, to be quite frank. I do think that we weren't expecting them to play very well, and they kind of met those expectations, whereas Nongshim exceeded expectations, so that was good for them. They got the 3-0, and now we got Siu versus Jiwoo.
A fun matchup, honestly. Just enjoyable to say the names, so we'll get a lot out of that one, and I'm sure chat will as well. But yeah, I think ultimately, Nongshim, the way in which they beat KT was pretty convincing, but I think a lot of people were leaning Nongshim already in that matchup. KT hadn't really looked too solid so far. And now we're in a situation where, understandably, D Plus picked Nongshim, because regardless of how that T1 HLE series went, it obviously was very close. HLE really showed up. But I think regardless, you want to avoid those teams because of their potential. It feels like Nongshim is growing, but you never know what T1 or HLE could bring out. And obviously HLE being the former champions of last summer, the one you want to avoid. So I think D Plus definitely heavy favorites in this one. But, you know, there's a lot more to Nongshim than we've seen in the past. And I think Lahens has been such a critical piece. And it's kind of, I feel like this matchup's interesting because both these players have added so much to the rosters they've joined. Really, Beryl and Lahens are big voices. I think bigger voices than any of the supports in the league, if not even the world. Definitely contributing a lot to these teams.
We do have some predictions here. Let's see what happened as big DK across the board, and we're going to see that it's even more one-sided on the global side. Actually, kind of similarly. I threw in a 3-1. You threw in a 3-0. I gave credit to, there's a lot of great King and signs out there, even a Gideon sign as well, and a Jiu sign.
Honestly, sign game, I think Nongshim are winning.
They're winning, 100%.
Yeah.
I gave credit for DK to just kind of drop a weird one, you know? They just do that from time to time. I don't know. They're just a funky team. They like to have fun, and I would not be surprised if Nongshim sneak a game away from them.
I think it's understandable. And the thing is, you know, I don't think we're wrong to predict so heavily in favor of D+, but we also haven't seen D+ play in a while. And I think we saw HLE show a very different form in the positive perspective from what we saw in the group stage. If the opposite happens with D+, you know, it's not that Nongshim are incapable of beating D+, not by any means. No. We've got to see what D+ shows up in the day, because this is a team who has, you know, had some fantastic regular season results before and then not brought it to the playoffs. So obviously hopes of the fans is that they can demonstrate the level they've shown so far. Expectation is they'll do so. But when I see everyone's predictions showing one team, we've definitely had some flubs in the past when we've done that.
It's true, but at the same time, we don't have a Jonah Strong. We don't have an Atlas from a couple of days ago. There's no Ox from the finals, right? Predicting HaMaLife Esports. And all of us have gone for one team, and I think that does kind of show what the expectations are coming into this one. As you mentioned, it doesn't have to happen that way, but... It
just reminds me from when, when KT picked T1.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
But, that was a unique scenario. Yeah, this top lane match, honestly, Kingen has been massive. For Nongshim, I feel like he's having such an impact on these carry picks. His Rumble has been really exceptional. And I think getting off carries or keeping him down, obviously, the fact we have lane swaps as well, typically in lane swap meta, you're not going to have as much impact from your top laner. They're starved a bit for farm and XP compared to, like, if it's standard lanes. And yet it still feels like he's able to bring out these performances on these carries and make that impact. So, if D+ can keep him down, it will definitely help with their win cons.
Yeah, it definitely will. You see both the top laners there. Shu actually looking pretty comfortable now. He's had some time to get used to the LCK stage, was obviously a bit nervous at first, but he hasn't played nervous at all. Can play the Scion really well. I've been more surprised by his Scion than anything else, funnily enough. Just his understanding of, when to go in, when to look for flanks, how to play the champ has been exceptional. But yeah, I do think that Kingen does deserve a lot of praise for the way he has carried from that position where she was more of just, the weak side guy. He's going to do his job. He's got a lot of veterans on his team that can carry, including that guy, the Gold King. Going up against Jiwoo should be an interesting one.
I honestly think that's how they should play it as well, is that you play heavily around lane stops, really to shut Kingen down, and then you rely on Jiwoo playing things like the Scion and just being relevant no matter what. I think is a good angle because, Gideon Fisher, I think expectations weren't too high for them coming in based on, Gideon's time on Bro, Fisher's time on EDG. I think expectations were kind of not the highest, but they've really shown up. But I think if you shut down Kingen, I think Lucid and Showmaker are a good match for Gideon and Fisher. I think, they should be confident there. I think, win cons start to fall apart for Nongshim if Kingen can't get off the ground.
Yeah, it's definitely something to look towards, that matchup, and we are highlighting our coaches here. I feel like the coach is more important than ever as we do get into best of fives. Chelly was able to do a fantastic job alongside of his other coaches there in their match against KT.
He was nearly at the end of his notebook, and he's probably had to do a lot of note-taking. You can see him there, towards the back pages. All the series they've played, and in Fearless, you're going to get through a lot more notebooks than like the regular LCK series.
Yeah. Well, we saw some interesting stuff during the T1 HaMaLife Esports matchup. Let's see what we get in this one, and if we even get towards a Game 4 and a Game 5. One thing to note for you guys who have missed out or not paying as much attention, that's totally fine, along for the ride, but it's double elimination now. So even if you lose here, you've got a chance in the lower bracket to make a comeback. So we'll see who is forced down there today.
Okay, big moment already is the fact that we haven't seen Skarner or Kalista looked at so far. Only Compound 1, but at this point, I think we might end up seeing, on Thursday, the Game 5, when we had T1 against HLE, they left the both open for a trade. Renata banned by D+, which makes me think they kind of want Skarner, potentially. Zig's going to get banned. So if you take Skarner here, they can take Kalista, but they can't take Renata. Nico is still an option. Elise isn't an option, so not as many pairings available for that Kalista. And you know, Nongshim, you've given over the Skarner. You have to take Kalista in return. We've seen this matchup, it was the Kalista team that did win, but I think it was pretty close. That final game, T1 HLE, definitely came down to the wire.
I also think Owner had kind of a rough game on the Skarner. Definitely not his best. We've seen him have great games on it before, but, we'll have to see and judge how Lucid does on it in this game, assuming it goes into the jungle, which it should. Kalista, the very obvious choice here.
It was nerfed slightly on this patch. Still very strong, but they lowered the stun duration on his E from 1.5 seconds to 1 second. So, he's still very powerful. That's not going to change that, but it does mean he is a little bit more... you can deal with him a little bit better. Now, toying with the idea of the Maokai for the Rumble, I think for Kingen is an absolutely massive pick. So this is kind of one of the gambits you can have on red side. Is you give over a really strong first pick, sure, but with so many power picks open, you get 2 in return, and you have to be happy with that exchange, with that trade.
Yeah, and I remember at the top of the group battle, I forget exactly who it was, but somebody left Skarner open. Might have been BNK. One of the teams just left it open. They got absolutely rolled, and we were all very unhappy about it. But in this specific scenario, you can see what Nongshim are going for, and you don't have to deal with it for the rest of the series.
Well, that's actually an interesting thing because, you know, with Nongshim being red side game 1, we saw, you know, the T1H Lee series, they traded sides basically the whole series, and, you know, you end up on red side more if you start on red side.
Yeah.
They don't have to ban Kalista and Skarner for the whole series now. Those two, we've seen so many games in the LCK Cup where those 2 picks are mandatory bans on red side. They're now removed from the equation, so it actually gives a lot more power over to red side. And obviously in the LCK Cup, we've seen blue side favored. It's like 60% win rate. In the LPL, red side is 58% win rate. It is their favored side, so
yeah.
A little bit interesting. We'll see if it changes the dynamic this series now. D+ locking the Ambessa, pretty big pick for Shiwa there, and also Ari for Showmaker. He's proficient on the pick. Not really sure on the angle here. I often like seeing Ari paired up with things, you know, like Ari Vi is really powerful. We've seen Ari Viego for the double reset mechanics. Doesn't really have that same pairing. And Maokai comes in return from Nongshim. Could be a flex between support and jungle, so has options there. A nice one to take and then be able to ban before the next set of picks. And I think here you can just look to target bot lane picks, particularly AD carries in this situation. They get rid of the Varus. Could ban away the Ashe, but I think, you know, Aiming can play Ashe, but it's not really a premier pick for him. I don't think he's really sold as that much in performances, so maybe the Ezreal could be something you ban away.
I think that's a good shout. I mean, maybe Ezreal, you can kind of do things on the Kalista to that if you do end up in the same lane, but it really depends on the Ezreal play in that one. We do have the Yone banned as well, because Fisher technically has not picked just yet. Still always flex potential, but I think in this case it's very obvious that none of those champs are going into the mid lane.
Yeah, interesting we don't see any more bans towards support. I assume we'll get mid lane on 4 from Nongshim, and then 5th pick will be counter pick for Lahens. They do end up banning away that Kai'Sa there, which I think, again, a huge pick for aiming, so definitely a nice denial on that one. Especially with a lot of CC on the team, you know, all the picks so far from D+ can easily set up a Kai'Sa to dive in and blow up the target.
Yeah, no, it feels like a good ban. What are we looking at here for the mid lane? Oh, no, it's just a support ban that you were calling for. It is the Blitzcrank. Shen is available.
Yeah, I mean, a good ban specifically away from the Hens. I think you have to take mid lane here, though, and see what they take in return. The Yone ban kind of telegraphed, you kind of do want an AD mid in this situation. You have an AP jungle, AP top.
Is he going to do it?
Fisher hovering the Neferi, but I think the Corki is the one that makes more sense. Decent lane matchup into the Ari. Can obviously just kind of get up in her face and challenge her with your very high auto damage with the extra 2 damage. And now for D+ to pick a bot lane in this situation. Going into it, presumably you're going to swap, right? You don't want to play heads-up lane against Kalista, especially when they have counter-pick. The Ezreal looking like the option for aiming, something he's very comfortable on, and it also gives Beryl kind of freedom to take what he wants. Ezreal pretty good at playing independently.
Yeah, Ezreal makes a lot of sense for aiming here, based on the bans, based on what's left available.
Yeah,
and on the player.
Into Rumble Maokai as well. Just the Arcane Shift, being able to get behind, you know, like your Skarner, so you don't get caught by the root into the Equalizer, can go a long way. There's a lot of team fighting power from Nongshim so far. Poppy picked up a Beryl, a lot of value into the Kalista, and immediately the Nautilus answer from Lahens. So, considering they left it till counter pick, till last pick, I mean, Nautilus Kalista is fine. Like, it's good, don't get me wrong. And you're playing it to 2 immobile carries. The ult's going to have a lot of value in shutting those down. But, you know, Poppy very comfortable into the Nautilus, can interrupt his dredge line with your W. I think, you know, for leaving the support pick, especially with a player like Lahens, I was expecting something maybe a little bit more. But either way, they end up securing that. Overall, I think the team fighting power of Nongshim is kind of insane. lot of strength in that 5v5, a lot of early power as well with the Kalista, with the Rumble. But if they do, you know, obviously in any situation fall behind, your Intra Skarner is going to become super tanky, and Bessa, Ahri, Ezreal definitely can run away with the game. I think Nongshim, honestly, I would give them a slight edge in terms of how the draft is played out, but definitely still playable for D+.
Yeah, I don't mind what D+ have built either. I think the Poppy is really a key one. You know, it's going to be good into the Nautilus, but the ult value is pretty insane. You know, when Nongshim are trying to attack you, they're going to be running in a straight line. They're going to be following the Maokai ultimate. It's very easy to line up at least one knockaway, maybe even multiple. And we know that Beryl loves the pick in the support role, and you said he could play pretty much anything. He's going to be alongside the Ezreal, and I really like it in this situation.
Yeah, I think honestly, Poppy and Skarner together, so much power to slam people in the walls.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we're ready. The top of the rip for game number 1. Alrighty, here we go. Game 1. We are on the Nongshim side of the arena at this point in time, and it is packed in here for Nongshim up against D+ Kia. And the fans are going wild already. Let's see how crazy this series is going to get. I think on paper, I was very excited to see DK, kind of a very wonky team, and Fearless. You know, a pretty standard draft to start, but I think they could immediately begin to start picking weird stuff as the games come along. But also Nongshim, you know, with Lehens, they could do a lot of crazy stuff. They are the underdogs. They might take some big risks. I think we're going to get some pretty interesting games as this best of 5 comes along.
Yeah, Nongshim end up in this situation where they're in the top side. I think perhaps trying to match the bot lane of D+. They definitely want standard lanes, so they're hoping that Ezreal and Poppy show up here, but they won't be. They're in the bot lane. I think for D+, you know, I was talking a bit about the Poppy-Skarner combo. Brutal if you're being dove in like a side lane turret. So I really think the plan for them should be stack up waves, have Skarner come bot, and just kill Kingen if he's ever bot lane, if he shows up. For now, he's just bullying Showmaker in the mid lane, giving him a hard time. And she will move down.
Yeah, I'm not sure what a level 1 Mbessa is going to do against these two, especially now that Showmaker's already chunked.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Rumble, you know, for a melee champion, just the harpoons early, a lot of threat, has a lot more value than like, she was just here to leech a bit of XP, whereas Kingen was really actually contributing. Now, we do see Lehens resetting, and I think this makes a ton of sense. Kalista can, you know, we've seen occasionally Kalista top. She was not going to be able to do anything to Jiwoo, especially already being down. Oh, Beryl?
Yeah, Beryl's just kind of getting in there, and he's alone, 1v2, maybe even 1v3 soon. I think he's just dead. Yeah, just Beryl things and aiming. Well, he's going to get out, and a lot of damage has been done to Lehens, but that's not worth it to just give first blood to the Maokai. Just Beryl doing Beryl things. He's died in that exact same spot on Poppy before, not the first time.
Yeah, and clearly the plan was, you know, if you chunk them out, it sets up an easier dive later, but I feel like this is textbook Lehens, where he will rotate down towards the weak side, try and cover them, try and be defensive, try and be there to counteract a dive. And now with Beryl dying and Ignite being on cooldown, I don't see any scenario where they go for that dive play onto Kingen. They kind of missed the window. First blood to Gideon as well, a nice start. So yeah, D+'s plan's already kind of going to miss on the back of this one.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of a weird one. Meanwhile, aiming, just kind of hanging out, farming.
Yeah.
Kalista very much can hold her own against the Mbessa 1v1.
Yeah, this is the point I was kind of making. Like, we've seen Kalista top before. It is a nightmare for melee champions. Obviously, this is Jiwoo swapping to top, but there's not really much Mbessa can do in that matchup unless Jiwoo really misplays. He'll just bully the Mbessa out pretty consistently.
Lucid just passing by, wants to go for the double scuttle. And I don't know if he's going to be able to get it. He does actually have position on it, and he has smite. So into the brush, but there is vision here for Gideon. Not going to be able to smite it away. Looks like he did use his smite, or maybe it wasn't off cooldown yet. Either way, does go the way of Lucid, so double scuttle to him.
Yep. Good work, just getting a little bit of an XP lead built up over the Maokai. Still down in gold from that first blood, though. But yeah, seeing this matchup, It's pretty hard because obviously as the Ahri, you have to land those skill shots, but Corki can kind of just walk at you and auto-attack, and there's not really too much you can do in return. So Showmaker not having the best time so far. We'll see a replay of this. So clearly Beryl thinks, I found King and he's against a wall. What a mistake. What a goof. Easy chance to chunk him out before he gets the tower. And then Lahens is there, and suddenly, perhaps not so much of a goof. Lahens saving the dredge line for a really long time in case it was needed, in case Beryl flashed. Beryl holds his flash. And aiming, fortunately, he's playing Ezreal. I mean, I don't think he would have stepped up if he wasn't playing Ezreal, but any other champion might have been in a bit of trouble eating that dredge line, but obviously he is fine in that situation. I do also want to mention Lahens going the Glacial Augment. This is something he's been doing in all his Nautilus games so far. Most people go on Aftershock. It's been a while since we've seen Glacial Augment be popular, but Lahens really believing in the strength it has. If you press ult, you get that slow field. One thing is it does make you very squishy compared to Aftershock, but also like if you ult Showmaker or aiming, they're going to dash out of the slow field. So, I'm not sure how much value it has here, but Lahens definitely believes in it, and he has often been a bit of an innovator when it comes to rune choices. So we'll see that in play in these skirmishes, but especially into a Poppy with Aftershock, you're a lot squishier.
Yeah, it might be a problem for him, although we have seen a lot of Nautiluses, Elises, a lot of supports just dying a whole bunch nowadays. I'm not sure if it's a meta thing or maybe just the picks that we're seeing a lot. I mean, it makes sense for Elise, but also Nautilus at times can sometimes get himself into trouble in that manner.
We often talk about the top teams defining the meta, and when Beryl is on the top team, he's defining the meta as just, living life fast and loose, living it on the edge.
Yeah, this is the way to play the game. Fisher going very far up. This is a Skarner who can pull him back just a little bit, even with the Valkyrie. Nice big hits comes out from the Skarner, and Fisher is chunked out right before this grub fight, but Showmaker also a little bit low, has his ult available, and you can see Nongshim kind of pulling away, but the top wave was pushed in, so aiming is not here yet. And so Nongshim just going to say, okay, you don't want to fight over the grubs. We'll take the grubs then, I guess.
Yeah, I would have thought getting Fisher that low and him being out of mana, this is surely enough. 2 is greedy.
Okay, well, there you go. The flash on in there, going to get some revenge onto Gideon. He doesn't have his flash, used it in the kill bottom. So it was all mind game from Beryl. I'm going to force Gideon's flash. And then, when we fight for grubs, it'll be down, and it's a free kill for us.
This was super greasy. Like, we had an XP lead from Lucid due to the fact he got, like, the double scuttle earlier. He had level 6 advantage over Gideon. Fisher was low, like, Nongshim couldn't fight. You already got one grub. If you're playing for the feats of strength, you've already denied one coming from those grubs.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't need to go for a second. The second was greed, and it cost them a kill. And now, almost a 20 CS lead in the jungle.
Yes, that's all good and true, Ox. I choose to believe that Beryl set it all up, and he's the one who made it happen. He mind-controlled them to stick around, and he did a great job of that because, yeah, this decision, not the best from Nongshim. They're like, okay, we're going to get in, get out. No, you're not.
They could have left already. They could have already been gone, They gave a window for D+ to turn it around. Aiming is the one who gets the kill as well, so definitely not ideal. Greedy play. D+ doing a good job to punish now. And we have the swap lanes, bot lanes in top lanes in bot, but we are getting some standard lane play. Kingen kind of just roasting Shiwu at the moment.
Yeah, and one other thing to mention in this game is that, Gideon, he did get that kill early on. He got the first blood, but he's down almost 20 CS. So the fact that he died, the fact that Lucid has just been power farming, Gideon spending a little time going for the kill, etc. And you can see that because of the kill, because of the first blood, Gideon is kind of on parity at the moment, but Lucid definitely getting a big farm lead at this point in time. So he's kept that jungle gap very stable, not much of a gap at this point in time. He's going to hit that hard steal really quickly on the Skarner, and Skarner's been a big issue for a reason. He's been almost permabanned for a reason, and I think Lucid's going to show us why.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh.
Yeah, trying to go for the dive here, thinking it's just aiming, but in fact, Beryl was here, and now couldn't dash for quite a while, and Lahens went back in, has to flash away, misses the hook. Probably glad that he did, because might have died if he hit that one.
Yeah, very messy. Good moves from Beryl to kind of bait them into that one and then stun Lahens. The Callisto ult does save them from that situation, but it's not clean, really. Lucid just going to start up the Dragon. And, you know, you were talking before about the jungle lead being kept kind of neutral in terms of gold, but Lucid does have an XP lead over Gideon. I think it was a bit under a level before. But yeah, just a bit ahead in terms of pace. Should be able to pick up this first Dragon as well. There's a Hex Tech, which, you know, if you're hoping for a good soul, getting rid of the Hex Tech option, not ideal.
I mean, the buffed Chemtech soul, still available Ox.
True.
That's a good soul now, right? Yeah. 2%.
2% is a number.
It is a number that did go up rather than down, so must be good now. Xiu, nice respect here, actually. I don't know if he's still going to live, but he has sensed that something is wrong, as now just going to try to ult over that, and yeah, he just is going to die now. Is he, though? A lot of dashes do come in. They're trying to save it for Kingen, and eventually he runs out of all of his dashes and flashes and does go down.
I think burning the ultimate to try and make an escape with that completely fine. The right move, honestly. And then you can flash after that, and he's probably out. I think once the ultimate doesn't connect, accept the fate. Don't burn the flash. Kind of your doomed situation.
Yeah.
Even if he did flash over the Maokai, which was clear the goal, you're just going to get rooted. Lehens was there, wasn't even needed, you know, for the follow-up in this situation. I think, like here, he looks for Gideon. Gideon does a great job of sidestepping. He obviously tries to flash the Maokai. I mean, he doesn't know Lehens is there, but I think you're probably just going down anyway. Like, Kingen still had his ult.
Yeah.
I think it was a little bit greedy from a rookie player, but yeah, still fine. D+ moving up towards the top side of starting these grubs early. Gideon doesn't have his ultimate available. Big tool not there for Nongshim.
Yeah, so they get the kill onto Xiwu, and that's really going to accelerate Kingen. He kind of gets to do whatever he wants in that lane now. You see Gideon, he would love to get one, but they're just going to call it off and say, no, we're just not going to go for it. We don't have the tools. We don't have our Nature's Grasp, so let's just give them away. That does mean that DK hit 4 grubs, and they will get another objective point in the Feats of Strength, but kind of an interesting way to play around your fed Rumble in this one, I would say, by giving up the grubs to make the play happen and feed Kingen.
Yeah, I mean,
Go in here. Even the knockup's coming in. A big follow-up from the rest of DK. A lot of players coming up to the top side. Nice hook here from Lehens, who's just trying to body block. The Fate's Call coming in. But now Showmaker joining in on the fight, and they have the damage to Equalizer. Pretty good, but they all just step off of it. The follow-up not there just yet for Kingen. Hook coming in, and now Showmaker thinking about trying to take down Lehens, but it's not quite enough damage, and Kingen, he has to respect the 1v4, and he will just have to back away from that fight.
yeah, I feel like maybe if Fish had come in, it could have been a different story. A lot of low health bars, but Kingen, they're a bit too late. It felt like Nongshim were a little divided. D+ very much sticking as a unit during that one. A lot of summoners burn, I think, is the real takeaway from that fight. We see Beryl starting off. You know, hard for the Kalista to do anything against that CC combo initially. But then the Skarner comes in. Lehens does a good job of interrupting it, trying to buy time for his AD carry. But so much is burnt initially. Jiwoo is so low, Lehens is so low, Gideon's dead. Kingen turns up, but the fight's already kind of over, and he's like, well, I'm here. You know, we can try.
And he flashes away too.
Yeah, just has to kind of flash out, so not really ideal. Maybe if they'd committed the Corki TP as well, it could be a different story, but then, you know, maybe Xiwu TPs in too. Regardless, D+ getting a little bit of an advantage there. They are now 1 kill and 1 neutral objective away from having those feats of strength. I will say, though, definitely feel like the decision they made before to not fight the grubs, you know, grubs did get nerfed in this patch. Feats of strength, I feel like teams have kind of realized they're not a deal breaker.
Yeah.
If you get them, it's nice. If you don't, it's like, it's not worth throwing the game over. So I think if D+ get it, it's obviously a positive for them, but I think Nongshim choosing not to fight the grubs is fine in that situation. Although obviously if they'd not gone for the Ambassador, maybe they could have. But, you know, feels like that fight on the top side wasn't really ideal. I think maybe focusing on how you want to set up the fight is going to be a big thing. Because we talked already how Nongshim have a really strong team fight setup. Haven't seen it really on display yet, though.
Yeah, it's been a lot of side fights or just, you know, getting caught out in some cases as well. So we haven't really seen a big team fight just yet. So we've got time. It's still a very even game. It's a difference of about 300 gold. Yes, ahead on the Feats of Strength, and yes, ahead on the grubs are DK, but really might just come down to when we actually get the teams going head-to-head and fighting. Xiu up a level here. Kingen doesn't really seem to care. Hasn't hit either of his harpoons, and now Xiu getting in there, wants to fight, but now Gideon shows up again, and Xiu getting pushed under the turret here, gets rooted once again. Do they have the damage? Yes, they absolutely do. And the two of them will take down Xiu once again as he gets caught out there. Showmaker going for the dashes. A respect flash coming in, and he got a fight on the bottom lane as well, as here comes an ult, and Barrel trying to actually knock him away from the True Shot barrage. They want the kill onto Lens. Meanwhile, Fisher getting chased down by Lucid, and he'll pick up the kill. Now we got more fighting on the bottom side as Lens. Did he go too deep is the question. Barrel desperately wants to take him down, and he will, but he also falls, and here's Showmaker once again. And in this 2v1, I don't think Xiu's got a chance. That's a big kill here for Showmaker. Picks up a lot of gold as well.
Yeah, big edge over to D+ on the back of these plays. Lucid cleans up mid. Showmaker uses that time to clean up bot. Feels like the whole team is helping each other out in these situations. And they end up coming out ahead, and it's enough for them to get that dragon as well. So they will get a feat strength. They didn't get the first to 3 kills though. So not got the full feats yet. But here, yeah, all cooldowns burn here by Kingen, so she was like, I can win this trade. Not a fair fight though. And you know what this says to me? He's really sick of lane swaps. He wants top lane 1v1 again, and he's just not getting it. He's denied.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, oh, late laning phase, I can 1v1 my opponent finally. No, you can't. Never. This is a good move from Barrel, honestly, knocking the Callisto away. I think a lot of players would have just knocked up the Callisto, but he's like, we can just kill the Nautilus in the other situation. And then here, Lens goes in, and 40 doesn't connect the Q. Hard to say, because the Poppy's there to interrupt, so I'm not even sure if Jiru would have been able to kill aiming there if the Q connected, but it would have been definitely closer. Then Showmaker turns up and just picks up the kill, cleans up. And we obviously didn't see in the replay, but Lucid also picking up that kill mid.
Yeah.
A lot of advantages.
You can see the advantage of the Poppy and the Nautilus as well. Barrel just making Lehenz's life very unfair, as now we got Xiu on the flank here, wants to go, and he's going to miss his ult. The disengage Maokai ult, very good here. As now you can see DK, they need to punish, or at least they're going to try. They get the 1 kill. And now they're looking for a bit more. Keep in mind, Kingen not here, not even bothering to TP. Fisher going to get grabbed. The flash, the charm, and Xiu has to cleanse to just get out of it. But Lucid is not done just yet. They're going to leave Xiu alone under the turret, and down he will go as well. DK, they will get what they came for.
You know, and I was complimenting Nongshim in the decision-making. Kingen nearly getting 1v1 by the tower. I was complimenting Nongshim on the decision-making earlier, choosing not to fight when it wasn't favorable for them. Completely opposite done here. They opt to leave Kingen bot. In and of itself, that decision is okay, only if you just disengage from the fight. And the thing is, they made no intent to disengage here, right? Lehens create some space, that's fine. I don't think there's a problem here. They start working on the Herald. She was on the flank. Ult misses. Herald goes.
Get out.
Why is Lehens going in now? Why is Jiwoo pushing up? They're really not showing the intent that they wanted to leave. And honestly, they could have potentially sacrificed Gideon and let him pick up the Herald, and this would have gone way better. But instead, they're losing 3 people for this play. I think 1 kill and getting the tower bot lane and getting the Herald, I think is weird. But it just felt like they were indecisive there, and as a result, D+ got way more than they should have been allowed, and they were just clinical in the way they punished.
Yeah, they definitely were. You can see the feats of strength were picked up by Nongshim, funnily enough. You know, the first tower does go the way, but a lot more stuff is falling to the way of DK right now. More kills. You got another turret falling here in mid, going their way. And they really just have the momentum. They're playing like a team. They're taking pretty much every objective. And even looking for another turret down on the bottom side here is Xiu, but great wave clear from the Corki is going to delay that plan. But whole team rotating over, maybe looking to get a punish on a Fisher. He doesn't have his flash, and yeah, 1 Valkyrie, that's not enough to get you out, buddy. He's just dead, not respecting the rotation. And he'll go down along with another turret to the side of DK. We're really just linking everything together 1 by 1, getting more and more advantages.
Yep, and it feels like the 4-man of Lucid, Showmaker, aiming Barrel. You know, Xiu hasn't had a great time this game. He's kind of been punished, but the rest of the team have been making things.
Yeah, that you can't do that. He does have Fate's Call, but he's almost baiting his team into a rough spot as Xiu is going to get on in there on the flank. He's got the Callista hopping away, and you can see that they might just have to take the consolation prize of taking down the Nautilus again. But at least they get something. I feel like it wasn't terrible for Nongshim. Could have been a lot worse, but still, you're dealing with an entire Fed team. 3-0-4, 3-0-4, 3-0-4.
I'm going to say something, Brendan, okay?
Say it.
If you had to put money on someone carrying a team fight in Nongshim, who would it be?
It's probably Kingen.
Probably Kingen, right?
Yeah.
He's the most fed. He's playing his Rumble, which is really good on. And yet Nongshim, the past few fights, he's just not been there. And I'm not blaming on him, but like, why are you fighting without your fed Rumble? It just feels like they're kind of opting into these situations, and they're like, you know, if a fight happens, a fight happens. And Kingen's like, guys, stop. Please. Like, you look at the items as well. Kingen's got his 2-item spike. He is actually legitimately very strong.
Yeah.
You know, despite the fact he plus a fed, he has 8,000 gold. The only person with more gold than him is the Gold King aiming.
Yeah.
And not even by much. Like, you have this giga strong Rumble. Play around him. If you're going to fight, he should be there.
Yeah, I think probably the Korean side is saying the same thing. You know, we get a big zoom in on Kingen, who has just been side laning the whole game. And again, it's not really his fault. It's a team issue. It's like, okay, are you teleporting your Rumble in? Are you calling in a real fight? Or are you just dying and you're like, oh, whatever happens, happens.
You know what? I'm going to go further and not say it's not really his fault. It's absolutely not his fault. Because when you're like, guys, I'll be ready in a minute to fight, and your team starts a fight without you, that's on them.
That is true. Well, he's trying to get something done by himself here. It's not really going to happen. He does chunk out Xiu. Nongshim, I don't think there's any real threat of them starting up an Otacon at this point.
You know, maybe D+ just won't opt into a fight with Kingen's there. Maybe they realize the same.
All right, Fisher is hiding on bush.
I guess you could say he's fishing.
Well, he's spotted now.
Wait, the question mark pings are coming in. They're like, what is this guy? Wait, it's the bait. The Otacon bait. They're like, I'll just sit bot lane and look like, I don't know. Well, they're going to fight with Kingen. Is it too little too late?
They got the Maokai ult as well. They've got some sticks into the Otacon. They might just be able to take this and get out. I think DK just kind of let the ball drop there.
Yeah. I think as well, you know, it was a very odd play, but you could see Fisher was bot. The ping started coming in from presumably Showmaker on a Fisher, like, why is this Corki bot? And he was like moving over, like, should we kill Corki? And then they all kind of realized, wait a minute, what's on the complete opposite side of the map?
Yeah.
So Otacon picked up for Nongshim. Problem is, they do lose Dragon. And Dragon is a lot more permanent than the voracious Otacon buff.
I mean, to be honest, when you're behind, it's hard to really force good fights with Otacon buff. You know, they get it, and it helps them stabilize a little bit, but you're losing a lot more with the Mountain Soul point, as you mentioned.
Yeah. Also one of the things
what are
with
they going to do
buff,
for the next 2 minutes?
Yeah, and on top of that,
and die?
in terms of the gold you get, when you're a team who's behind, because one of the things, when you're ahead and you die with Otacon buff, it's 200 gold. When you have a bunch of shutdowns, like imagine if D+ had it. It's 200 gold compared to, you know, aiming would give 560 gold if he died.
Yeah.
But 200 gold isn't that much different from what Fish is going to give anyway with 0-3.
Yeah.
And the only relevant thing is you spawn faster, but it's now 15 seconds, not 5.
Yeah.
And also, what are you doing with that time? Is that something to take? So, you know, it's a minute away from Baron spawning the end of the buff. Well, I don't see the angle. They're looking for the fight, though.
I mean, they're really going to try to force something. And credit to them, but I don't think it's going to work. Like, they're going to chunk out Xiu, and Xiu's getting pretty low. Actually, Beryl getting low as well. They're going to get the pick on him underneath the turret, essentially. But Kingen is the prize. 200 gold to go over to one of those guys, as they also get the mid turret. So Nongshim finding a way to get something. There's no Baron on the map, so they can't, like, go rush the Baron now with the extended withdrawals, but...
Yeah, I think the timing is just the worst thing. The fact that Dragon was taken immediately after, the fact that Baron isn't up for a minute. And here, getting mid-tower is nice, is positive, obviously. But ultimately, in terms of gold from the kills, we end up seeing Beryl going down, obviously. I think it's you who picks up that kill. No, it's Fisher. So, bit of gold there, but we see G will go down in return, so a bit of gold there, and then a bit of gold from Rumble. In terms of the kill gold, they actually traded down. They got the tower, so it's kind of like the tower is nice, but all the Arakan buff for a single tower.
Yeah, I mean, they just... I thought they were going to struggle to get anything, to be honest.
Yeah, better than nothing, I guess.
They were able to squeak out like a tiny little thing, and they're keeping themselves somewhat in the game. A lot of shutdowns, right, as we mentioned.
Yeah.
They can find one big fight. There's still a way for Nongshim back in this game, but it's going to be rough because you don't have a lot of time, right? You got to fight very quickly. It's either over the Baron if DK want to go for like a T1 Baron, or you got to in a 2.5 minutes because obviously you have to fight for Mountain Soul. You're just going to lose if you give that one up. And Showmaker already has his Magi's 10 stacks, and he's going to be fishing for blood. Yep. He's going to be looking to fight. He is extremely fed, and he's not the only one.
Yeah, and I do want to be clear. Obviously, taking the Arakan was a good play from Nongshim, and they did get some value, but definitely still need more to get this. Oh no.
Well, getting up against the wall against this comp is not good, as Jiu's just going to die with his flash up. That's not going to feel very nice. As the equalizer comes down, Kingen also just going to die. And there's just no fight happening here on the side of Nongshim. Showmaker, you see, he's actually going to live as well, just barely getting healed there at the very end. And it's a big fight. Nongshim just la-di-da walking into the river, and they get punished big time. And the only thing that they can be happy about is that Showmaker didn't get more kills. He didn't get any, actually, as Beryl just thinking about dying to the Baron for some reason, trying to get some vision down. But DK are so far ahead now.
Yeah, I mean, now the gold leads open up a bit, but it just feels like the reason the gold lead for the team wasn't as big was obviously there was an advantage for Kingen, but it just hasn't really mattered. And again, we have this fight. So firstly, Jiu, you have to flash this. You have to expect this, see it coming, and flash away. I know obviously it's hard to respond to like a flash slam from Poppy, but you can. And as soon as he dies, the fight is just cooked. Kingen TP's in, but by the time he's there, the fight's already basically over. His equalizer also doesn't end up hitting Beryl and finishing him off, which, you know, wouldn't have won the fight, but at least they would have got a kill. I just think Nongshim are just so much less coordinated in this game than D+ have been. You know, I think it hasn't been a draft issue. They got Kingen fed, which I said was a big win condition for them, but they just haven't utilized him very well. Yeah. And it just feels like they're getting picked apart in some of these key setups.
Yeah, they definitely are. And Lucid's been an absolute monster as well. It feels like a very easy game for him. It doesn't even feel like he's trying all that hard. He's just making all the right plays as Lahen's trying desperately to make a play here, but he is on a ward, so it might just be free food for Shiwu.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just dead.
Level 16 at this point in time, so yeah, he's just dead. Not really much to do, and this is right before the Mountain Soul is going to be given over to DK.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really fault Lahen's for that because I feel at this point the game is pretty doomed.
You got to try something.
You have to go for like it looks silly. It's like, why is he there? Well, because he's trying to go for a crazy flank. He's hoping they haven't warded defensively because they're so far pushed up. He knows the game is pretty doomed, so you go for a, you know, if it's a play that has a 5% chance of winning, maybe that's your best odds in a game like this because the game is looking very low odds of them making a comeback.
It definitely feels lower than 5%. As you were alluding to, so I think it's the right call, but it does mean that Mountain Soul now is picked up here by D+ Kia, and yeah, ult gonna hit onto Jiu. He's just nearly dying underneath his own turret, flashing Gideon into the team as well. That's not a good spot for the Maokai to go, gonna kind of waste his ult. The equalizer, I barely even saw it do any damage at this point because you're dealing with Mountain Soul. The shields are too big, everybody's too tanky, and everybody is too fed. Showmaker also level 16. And they're just going to push to end the game. Very nonchalant.
Yep, I don't think there's much that Nongshim can do. The fact they don't have the ult from the Maokai already and the equalizer, a big hit. They'll probably try a last-ditch effort engage here and give it a shot, but D+ completely in control.
Yeah. Let's see what they've got. They're trying to smite away the wave, but there's just another wave of minions coming in. And yeah, they got to try for something here in just a little bit. But Beryl, you know, he's just waiting. He's got his finger on that W key. He's not actually in position to block that one, but it doesn't quite matter. The Fate's Call does come out as now Beryl is going to pull Gideon back into the team. Big Impale at the same time, and Lucid will go down as the health bars here on the side of DK not super healthy, but they have the damage. and they will eventually finish off Kingin, and they will look to finish off this game as Fisher desperately just dying to the Gold King, who needs more gold, of course. And down will go the Nexus, DK, very simply, just playing a better game of League of Legends here in game number 1, and they take the win.
Yep, I think, you know, a more coordinated team. I think there were questions. We haven't seen D+ play in a while. How will they have changed since group stage? Not much. You know, still look serious, still look like a very big threat, and quite comfortably dispatching Nongshim in that, who, despite being able to get some gold to King in, weren't really able to translate. It's only game 1. There's obviously chances to turn that one around, but D+ showing why they were so heavily favored in predictions.
Yeah. Nobody did go for Nongshim tonight on the talent side, but...
I don't think any flip-floppers after this game either.
No, I don't believe so. Not really big, convincing reason to do so. Outside of the fact that I guess the early game was all right for Nongshim, but quickly they made a bunch of mistakes, and DK are just a very clean team. You know, we always like to highlight their wonkiness, but they're just a really good team.
I think it's a double combination of Nongshim making these errors, which were kind of frustrating at times, but also a team like D+ ruthlessly punishing them. Because I feel like as much as Nongshim have played a lot of series so far in the LCK Cup, this is the team who are at the highest level right now, and they are the team who will murder you for any slight mistake that you might have gotten away with in your previous series.
Absolutely. A fantastic sign. Guys, we're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
나온다 이제 슬슬 돼. 그래서 나와.
얘 봐요 지금.
야 아예 서 있어 줘 용야.
서 있어.
아니 대보면 안 돼. 칼리.
에이 가만히 있어.
가만히 있어.
얘네 박아야 돼.
지금 포자 가까워 되고.
얘네 박아야 돼.
내가 박는다.
천천히.
괜찮아 좋아. 노트 높을.
천천히.
좋은 듯.
예. 야 마우.
나 여기 봐줘. 여기. 여기.
나 매혹돼.
빠지면서 해봐.
럼블.
벽공대.
럼블.
나이스. 뒤가 집 갔다 텔로 와.
코르키 높여.
오케이 무조건 걸 나왔어.
코르키랑 칼리 높여.
하나만 나 앞에 좀 막아줄게.
매혹.
노텔.
나이스.
들어가.
들어가.
아 너무 많아.
전용 박아.
아 싫어.
Hello everyone, welcome back to LOL Park as D plus Kia, the first seed, go up 1-0 over Nongshim alongside Wolf Schroeder and Mao Chronicler Mauritz. I'm Daniel Gigan Gonzalez. It was very, very scrappy to start here, guys, but then after that, it was very one-sided.
His last name is Mason.
What did I say?
Mauritz.
I said Mauritz.
You said Mauritz. And guys, he was very excited.
I was very excited. I was like, damn, that was so clean. It was so good.
The Mauritz was really good. Like, I actually want to give you credit for that. I think you did a great job. Sorry, everyone. Dutch is a nightmare. You even had the, it's D plus Kia. I'm D plus gone. Welcome to the space.
Yeah, it was all there. It was all there. Can we just please talk about the
What wasn't there for me in this first game was the draft from Nongshim. They ended up trading the Skarner and the Kalista, but this was, basically preemptively seen by D+. They ended up banning the Renata away. The Nautilus can work well with Kalista. It didn't really work out that well in this case. And I feel like there was a clear theme in the draft for D+. For the side of Nongshim, they wanted to just play around Kingen, play around the Rumble. The matchup into the Ambessa can be a good one. They played through the Rumble in side lanes, got him ahead super early, but they didn't bring him to team fights, did they?
Yeah, and to me, the draft wasn't the main point here as we take a look. And I really want to highlight some of the decision-making that happens here, or rather lack thereof, which is just... I'm really glad we're slowing this down. So this is fine, right? Like, this is okay. This is great. Okay, you get that. Just leave. You have the Maokai. You can leave here. Why is Lens running in? Why is Gio walking up? What are we doing?
It almost feels like the assumption was that Kingen was coming, but he just decided not to. Because the Maokai ultimate is fantastic if there's a Rumble there. Like, he actually drops an equalizer, there's tons of value, and they can end up winning this fight, but it's a 5v4 they opt into otherwise, and he just isn't there.
It's like one of the biggest strengths that you have as Kingen did get feats, by the way, so they got like a couple hundred free stats on their boots, which didn't matter because they lost the top fight. Particularly with Maokai, one of the reasons why he's been so strong in the meta, and even right now I think the champion objectively isn't that good, but you can get to an objective first, take the objective, Maokai and leave. Right, and to me, coming into the series, there were a lot of questions. Because Nongshim have played a lot of series. I predicted a 3-2, still for DK, obviously, but because I thought that Nongshim would have, as we often see, teams kind of grow into a tournament as it goes further along. But instead, it looked legitimately like they did in like week 1 of the LCK Cup. Like, we need to be on the same page. I'm fine with Lahens calling the shot. That's been a big talking point for us. But when it comes to Lahens calling the shot, everyone needs to follow. So, like, either Kingen needs to TP, or just let Lahens die. Because they could have, even if Lahens goes in and dies, that's still not the end of the world. But instead, I think that's where they kind of lost the game.
Yeah, I mean, straight up, you either get that feats of strength, you get the turret, everybody survives, and you're like, cool, we were able to secure the objective, get away, and get feats of strength, and get that turret. Or you win the team fight swimmingly, you give the turret, but if you win the team fight, you'll likely get that turret anyways. It's just, there was very clearly two different things they could have chosen, and they kind of half committed to the fight without Kingen. So we got to see a little bit more tighter decision making.
And we already know what the comms were probably then from Lahens. It's listen to your young Lahens. After that, they were starting to bleed out, needed to make a play, and the TP did come in, but this one not so good by Kingen.
Yeah, this was when the game was already very close to Dunzo, so I can't fault him too much for this. This was about the least fun that you can have on a Kalista, and it's something where I really do want to highlight these power picks, and it's important to remember that even in Fearless, things like a very high Kalista priority, a very high Varus priority, we can just play around it. Ashe is another one. These champions have very clearly identifiable weaknesses, and I think that DK, the Skarner already was going to make it hard, but the fact that they didn't ban the Poppy in the second rotation, instead went for the Kai'Sa, when you already have the Kalista locked in.
The only thing that I can think of with the Kai'Sa ban and some of the choices we saw Nongshim make here on red side, because blue side has been favored here in the LCK, is you got rid of so many of these power picks. You took away Aiming's Ezreal, the Skarner is gone for the series, the Ahri is now gone for the series as well. I'm not trying to say necessarily this was Nongshim's plan from the beginning, but because of that Kai'Sa ban, you could maybe lean towards, oh, they really want the Ezreal to be played here. They feel like the draft might be a little bit cooked. But on the same hand, you took away Kingen's Rumble as well by prioritizing it this early. So Nongshim, I think, are looking at a tough road ahead in this series, but with blue side now in their hands, we'll see if they can find some answers.
I see. Wolf has the cope angle. The only champion
coping hard.
that D+ has played in the mid lane multiple times. Ari now out. You know, Ezreal out. Okay, don't worry about those. That was the cope angle here by Wolf. Nongshim obviously selecting blue side here. I think when I think about this series and the way that it looked, it reminded me of Nongshim versus T1, right? Where it was like, you had some good ideas, you wanted to scrap early, and they were in it early, but that just, you know, that transition into mid-game just seemed to struggle a little bit here, Mal.
Yeah, I also want to highlight that one of the questions was also, what is DK's form going to be like? This is a team that is notoriously inconsistent, but both Lucid and Showmaker seem to be playing really well. Barrel was just Barrel, you know, both the level 1 def and then a lot of the subsequent setup from him was impeccable. And as Lucid's #1 fan, I'm happy to see him get Skarner and also kind of dunk on the enemy team with it. Actually, really impressive performance.
I mean, it was mentioned by the casters. You talked about it as well a little bit. I think the biggest question coming into today for most people was, will D+ be in form? Because we haven't seen them for so long. I think we have our answer. I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, they are indeed in form and looking like the #1 seed. Nongshim Red Force have their work cut out for them. Down 1-0, but on blue side, hope still available. To get into it, let's send it on over the casters for game number 2.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. As we're gonna have to see more out of Nongshim. DK looking fantastic as we zoom in on our junglers. Gideon also not having a very fun time on the Maokai and the Skarner. What's this draft gonna look like?
I half expected Nongshim to pick red side. And the reason being, even though blue side's been favored, right? Game 1, we saw both Skarner and Kalista left open. They're now disabled because of Fearless, right? So we go into game 2, and that means, because of what Nongshim did in game 1, leaving them open, red side no longer has to ban Skarner and Kalista. But you pick blue side. So now D+ don't have to ban Skarner and Kalista, and they get a lot more levity on the red side. So I feel like they've made a move to balance the sides a bit more, but then they've picked blue sides, so now D+ are reaping the advantages of what Nongshim did in game 1, which was leave those OPs open, because we've seen, I can't imagine the number, but it must be like 90% of games on red side in the LCK Cup have been Skarner Kalista bans. And now D+...
It's more than that, actually.
Probably more. Now you don't have to do that. It's puzzling, you know? I actually think that if they end up winning this game on blue side, it will be favorable to them because they're going to spend more games on red side, but I think it's so risky against D+ to give them this edge on red side and potentially be staring down going down 2-0 to them as a result. But we'll see what Nongshim can do. Yeah. They still think that the advantages of blue side are significant enough despite the fact that D+ don't have to ban those champions.
We're also going to ban the Mel on blue side. I mean, that's been a ban we've seen multiple times on red or somewhat ignored until Faker had to play it. Pretty interesting stuff. I mean, you're going to see the Vi ban come out on red side here, at least from DK, but they have that freedom to ban Vi on red side because, as you mentioned many times, they don't have to ban those OPs. The Zyra ban might be looking at a Nidalee here for Gideon.
Yeah, it kind of feels like the Aurora Mel is going to be D+ are banning Aurora all series, Nongshim are banning Mel all series. I think it kind of feels like that might be the theme. Yeah, Elise still open and available. They opt to ban the Cassante instead. So Ambessa gone, Rumble gone, Cassante gone, and it makes sense to trade and take away the Jace in return. He was like the last standout top laner you're really leaning towards at this point. Be interesting if they do opt to go for a top laner here and prioritize that with everything taken off the cards. But instead, going for that Yone. It was banned second rotation by D+ last time. We've seen Fisher have some really good performances on it, so confident in what he can do on the pick and willing to first pick it.
Thinking about a Gnar here, the Jax is the other pick I was considering in terms of when you're beginning to chip away at the top lane picks here. But the Nidalee, especially with the Zyra ban, we haven't been very impressed, let's say, by the Zyra pick into Nidalee, but it has been something that our teams have been doing a lot. Instead of Nidalee, they're just going to pick Lilia. So Lucid's playing Lilia again here.
Yeah. I think the Jax has a lot of value when you know you're playing into a Yone. Also, junglers like Xin Zhao, a lot lower priority. If the Jax is up and available, cause a lot of problems for them. But a little bit early, maybe to pick it. Maybe you can leave it to like third pick or second rotation. But they take that Lilia. They opt to go for the Jax now regardless. They're confident in it. I mean, especially with the top lane is trimmed, they are happy to do so. It does make things difficult because, Gideon's had some fantastic Sejuani games. Sejuani with Yone pairs really well, but, a lot of the power if you're stacking that passive is kind of eliminated into Jax. Looks like they still want to go towards it though. I think it makes sense for them, but it kind of just amps up the value of this Jax pick that has already come out for D+.
Yeah, I also feel like Lilia can have a really fun time into the Sejuani, especially if Lucid really gets going. The Kai'Sa, which we saw banned the last time around, is going to be selected here, so, still a lot available, though, in the AD carry role, but they're really going to highlight that one as they want some instant follow-up on their Yone and Sejuani.
I think it makes sense, plus it kind of takes away the emphasis on having AP from your top laner. Kai'Sa can go hybrid, you already got a Yone mid, you have a Sejuani jungle, you needed some AP somewhere. Going for the Xayah in the bot lane, seeing Xayah a lot into Kai'Sa. Once upon a time, that was the matchup where we saw it traded between each other. I think not as convinced by how Xayah does into this matchup, but into the Yone, into the Sejuani, I think it does still make sense. And with the Lily as well, it's going to be hard to dive in a D+ already with what they have. Nongshim's comp is fully locked into diving, so I do think it makes sense from that regard. Nongshim could ban away the Rakan, although not something Barrel's... I don't think he's played a game in the LCK Cup.
It doesn't scream Barrel, that's for sure.
No, a bit too squishy for his liking. The Azir ban makes complete sense, though, as something that can really make diving difficult, as they are very much locked into it. Honestly, even something like the Swain could have, crazy value. Did just get buffed in this patch. Shen ban, pretty phenomenal. Lahen's obviously comfortable on it, but also just works so well in tandem with their composition.
Yeah. Do we see the Rakan ban is really the big question here. Do they give credit for Barrel to play it? Xayah Rakan? Lovers duo, it's just the way it goes. Or are they looking elsewhere and they will ignore it? I mean, they got to know that Barrel can play pretty much anything. So they're going to take away Braum instead, something that can also deal with Engage pretty well.
Yeah, bit of a weird one, in my opinion. As much as it is a good counter Engage pick, I'm not sure it's something I would have expected D+ to bring out now. And now looking for what they're going to bring out in the mid lane. Does make out, if you commit heavily and you end up sacrificing someone to make the dive happen, it really can be punishing into Victor with how his ult powers up. But instead, going for the Pantheon, this feels a lot more Barrel.
Yeah.
Presumably for him.
I could hear Showmaker from here.
Could it? It's presumably a Barrel pick. I don't expect it to be flex mid, although we have seen them go set Lilia before, so it wouldn't be too crazy in that regard.
There you go.
GP for Kingen is a really big pick. I like the ult on top of the dives as well. Pretty effective there. And also just the barrel chains, very hard for a Xayah to play into with her short range. And now, presumably with the Braum band, we're going to have an engage support coming in from Lahen's. Leona, often don't want to play Leona into Braum, makes sense. Rel is also a possibility. I mean, you could play Rakan yourself in theory. Alistar, another one, yeah. Ends up going for the cow in the bot lane. And I think Nongshim's comp started off as a dive comp and finished off as a dive comp. Nothing really changed throughout that. And it looks like Barrel is looking at the Rakan and it is going to be the Pantheon in the mid lane.
Oh boy.
I expected it to be support Pantheon. I'm not too surprised it's a mid lane Pantheon. We saw when they played that set Lilia.
Yeah.
Kind of similar vibes. They want a bit of that AD in the mid lane. They also want someone who has that setup. A lot of early power. And, it's unfortunate for Fisher that you can only lane swap between bot lane and top lane, because I don't think I would be wanting to play into the Pantheon. I mean, I say that. You could swap mid and top and put King in mid, but...
I mean, King is not going to have fun, and then Fisher's also probably not going to have that much fun in the Jax anyway, so I don't feel like you're having fun in either of your solo lanes. Maybe King can do well early on against you, if the lanes do remain that way. I assume they will.
That's the perfect draft, is when both lane matchups are just uncomfortable. But it does mean, Pantheon made a very early focused pick. I think there's a lot of scaling on the side of Nongshim. If things meander a bit more than they did last game, I could see them finding the angle.
I think they are engaged. Yeah, they're getting married soon. And Kia Tigers fan as well, the baseball team, cheering for D+ Kia here. coming on down to support all the orgs. But yeah, definitely a ton of scaling on the other side. On this side, definitely a bit for sure, but it's going to be a pretty interesting game if DK don't get ahead and it meanders quite a bit. Let's see how it does go as we hop on the rift for game 2. Okay, game number 2.
Something I will say is I was kind of talking about the Jax, like, you know, you can pick Jax here. It's good against Yone. I don't know how much value you're definitely going to get if you pick it this early. A lot of value. A lot of value.
Yeah, eventually Nongshim let him get all the way there.
Every lane auto attackers plus a Sejuani. Yeah, why not? You know, Counter-Strike.
Yeah, Shiu doesn't always have his moments to shine on the star-studded roster, but maybe this one is it.
Yeah, I will say Alistar is annoying to play into as Jax. That is the one thing I will say. And we are seeing the, you know, we often see Alistar not take Aftershock because he's so tanky. Seeing Glacial Augment again from Lens has been something he's leaning on. He played this on Alistar before.
Barrel.
It's just Barrel, man, of course.
This is barreling.
Wait, why is he walking back? You just let him proc pass.
One of the Q.
Yeah, totally weird. Definitely didn't lose more health from walking back.
It's about sending a message, okay, Ox?
Yeah. We often see Phase Rush, though, with the Alistar, but I think good value from Glacial. And it's a short-range comp that D+ have, so I actually think you'll get a lot of value out of Glacial Augment in this game.
Well, there's the flash Q. The heal is there, and DK are like, okay. But you can see that what this does...
Whoa, this, I need to specify. This is, as Atlas would say, unlocking Hex Flash.
Yeah, but it also gets them ahead in the lane. I think they were going to be pushed in a little bit anyway, especially after Barrel face checked the brush, but now it solidifies it. I don't know if using your flash is worth it, though.
Yeah, I mean, he gets access to Hex Flash. Unironically, I'm saying this. I will say maybe if he'd ignited, it would have like reduced the healing, but maybe he wasn't sure if they'd use it. Like, you know, Barrel doesn't have W, so he's kind of locked into it.
Yeah.
Like, there's not that many windows to punish a Rakan in this lane because he's so mobile. I don't hate it, but I think maybe Hens was hoping for a little bit more. And the problem was Barrel landed a Q like just after it, so the damage isn't even that relevant.
Showmaker's fine to take that turret shot. He really wants to put on more pressure.
He doesn't have his E level, because that definitely still blocks tower shots. Yeah.
Oh. All right, there's the X Flash unlocked. It's about sending a message.
He needs to unlock
okay,
Alistar combo as well, okay? He unlocked Hex Flash, now he needs to unlock Alistar WQ, you know?
Yeah. You need to play the champ a certain amount of hours in order to unlock it. Apparently, Lehens has not played
I just think it's so crazy to think back that once upon a time, Pantheon, E, block tower shots, and Akali could just stealth under tower.
Yeah, that's true.
That was a thing. That was legitimately a thing.
Yeah.
That was just absurd. Oh, the other one, you know what the other one is? You know Rakan, like release Rakan, when you didn't have the delay after you ulted?
Yeah.
I watched a clip from then not too long ago, and seeing Rakan like R flash W, and it's like, it's instant. It's like, you can't, there's no counterplay. You can't do anything. He just arrives on top of you from like an entire screen away. It's so insane.
Especially with Xayah as well. It was just very obnoxious. It was a good change. As Lucid is here, by the way, that's a miss on the Q, and now the turnarounds. Gideon in a lot of trouble. He is burning, and one more Q would do it. It goes to Lucid. First blood to the Lilia against his jungle opponent, and he just goes right back to the jungle. I said if Lucid gets ahead on this Lilia, it's going to be a problem. Already, we've got a problem.
Yeah, this is one of these situations where you're like, okay, mid is not a fun time. I need to help out my mid laner, but there's a problem. The reason mid is not a fun time is because Pantheon is really strong early, and you're opting into a scenario where you're potentially going to have a 2v2 with that Pantheon. And unsurprisingly, it backfired.
Yeah.
So, not the wisest decision, I think, ultimately. I think you really need to be certain of where Lucid is before you go for a play like that. Because, like, you look, both of them are full HP. Fisher's half HP. The CC doesn't even connect, but even if it does, I just think there's no way they win this.
Yeah. All he says is, get engaged on. And he said it was very yummy as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said get engaged on, essentially bait them into the fight, and then it's a kill, and then yummy.
Yeah. And the thing is, you can do things for mid to help mid out without opting in like that. Like you can zone Showmaker away. You can help
push a
Fisher,
wave, get it back. Yeah,
exactly. But by queuing in like that, you're fully locking into the fight. There's no way to disengage again quick enough. Even the flash didn't help. And this Pantheon, it's a Pantheon. He's gonna be strong. He's gonna be a menace.
Yeah. When it was picked, I could, like I said before, I could hear Showmaker from across the arena yelling. Like, he was very adamant about, I guess, in this case, playing Pantheon.
Yeah.
Or at least saying, hey, it's a flex, it's a flex. Because essentially it was. It could have been played in the bottom lane alongside of Xayah. And Root's going to come down here on the Lehens. He's not going to land his auto stun, and Aiming and Barrel will enjoy a winning trade.
Yeah, you don't really have the backup from the Gangplank, who's melee once every few seconds. Ranged once every few seconds with the Q. Q just covering the wave mid, and they've put Fisher against Shiwu right now on the Yone, just trying to leave him alone to farm up, which I think is the right call. But it does mean they're kind of giving up these grubs. And Gideon's going to move over and look to get the dragon. He was coming. He needs backup. You can't... Oh, no. He's got no flash as well.
Yeah, tries to avoid that, but yeah.
Oh, he queued over the wall. He doesn't have it.
Oh, she's going to get scared away by Jiwoo. And here's Fisher. Showmaker arrives. Says, hey, what's up? I'm here for the fight. And there's some action in top lane as well. Aiming under a bit of pressure here. He's going to have to flash away. There's the combo and the cannon barrage, but flash on in from Kingin. Even with the root, you're not getting away from that. So Aiming just kind of getting himself in a bad spot. At least Lucid is here to try to turn this one around. Should be able to pick up this kill into Kingin. Maybe not with the headbutt. Nice. And here comes, the knockdown. Lehens gives them the thumbs up and says, thank you very much. We're totally safe.
Lehens actually played that pretty perfectly. A lot of little things went off there to make sure both of them got out. Him blocking the bowling ball, but making sure it wasn't close enough to also hit King. And we'll see the replay here. I mean, Lehens played this entire passage of play flawlessly. He doesn't combo until the flash. He waits for the stun, which forces the cleanse, and then ends up just finishing him off at the end. And then here in this play, so gets the headbutt to knock Lucid away, and then actually watch when the bowling ball comes out from Lucid. He was late on it, but he tried to move back so he didn't hit Kingin, and then he interrupts the knockup from Barrel. So everything kind of went right, so that was a 1 for 0 from the side of Nongshim. Some good moves from Lehens there, definitely putting in his all to make sure this game goes better than the last one.
Yeah, sometimes you got to do that, especially against a team that is as good as D plus Kia. Lehens had some good moments in the last game, but not quite as good as the one we just saw, so that's a good sign. But Nongshim still behind at this moment. All 3 grubs did go to DK. The dragon take was denied, even though Shiu didn't get the kill onto Gideon. Gideon spent some time trying to hit it, and then he had to back away. And, just naturally gold going in the way of DK at the moment.
And the thing is, even though there was that flub with the first gank that came out, even though they obviously didn't get the dragon and D+ got the grubs, game is still very okay. And if the game stays at this sort of level for a long time, I'm favoring Nongshim.
It's got to go for a pretty long time. Using the Rose to hop away as Jax is pretty peak gaming, I'll say.
Taking advantage of the train. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, as the game goes on, Showmaker is going to just feel less and less relevant, whereas Kingin, Fisher, Jiwoo, they'll ramp, So yeah, I mean, it's not like the game is auto-won after a point. It's not like they have a smolder or something, but definitely feeling okay about how things are going so far.
Yeah, and they're scaling on the side of DK as well, but just not as much.
Yeah, not
as Nongshim.
Hard to sell a team in the late game that has a Pantheon.
Yeah. And especially when, it's like, okay, well, who's he going to stun? Gangplank has oranges. Jiu has cleanse. I guess Fisher.
Hard to stun a Yone when he just presses E.
And he's like, Soul Unbound's cool story, bro.
Plus, there's so many moments where when he's in his Q animation or ult animation where a stun just isn't relevant.
Yeah.
It just gets buffered, so... No, valid point. We'll see how that goes. We did see Lucid securing the scuttle down towards the Dragon Ball. Oh, no.
Well, he's able to do this, but the Cannon Barrage is going to kind of zone Shu out as he is going to be able to skirt around it. Kingen, desperate for anything, he's just going to walk into the turret and deny an assist. At least he does that, but he does go down as now Feather Storm does come down. And Jiu still challenging them, still wants to take the fight here, pushes them away.
Yeah, Lehen's getting the ult from...
Yeah, the TP's coming in, so they gotta get out of here real quick, but okay, miss on the knock-up here from Beryl. There's the cleanse from Jiu. And now a lot of members in Nongshim, though, are coming on over. Showmaker has his E available, will be able to block. Another TP's coming in. Showmaker flashes away. But do they have the pressure? They got Shu on the flank, and yes, they absolutely do. Big Yone ultimate, but it's too little, and it's way too late. Fisher very clean, actually, to get the kill, but you just lost 4 kills to DK. D plus Kia immediately cleaned up the fight.
Absolute disaster, and the thing is, Nongshim were opting into this. Lehen's wanted to play aggressive. He wanted to threaten a dive in this situation, and D plus just had to punish, and Showmaker is just global. You know, he's everywhere. I was so funny,
worldwide.
Especially with the new TP changes. We had this play, you know, Kingen denies the assist, that's good. But if you look at the minimap, I saw him coming in. I'm like, is he ulting again? How is that? Oh yeah, it's TP. he's just everywhere. He's Mr. Worldwide. Comes in, applies the pressure. Nongshim were there to kind of counter. But it's this TP that follows up that is just so devastating. And the sleep from Lucid that comes through. The 3-man he gets. Perfect for when the Jax turns up. And the thing is, we actually have TP on Gangplank, but it's a Gangplank. You know, do you really want to TP your Gangplank in there? Probably not.
So good.
Yeah. And I think this is another example where Nongshim make a mistake and D+ are ruthless about punishing it. And if nothing had happened, if Nongshim had played a bit more reserved, they would have been fine.
Yeah. Well, this time around, DK are losing the fight in the top lane, so they will have to give up all 3 grubs. I don't think they're too unsettled by that, but the way this top lane is going might become an issue. If Nongshim can stabilize and Kingen's getting more and more fed, he's going to get plates. He's got Demolish. He's pushing Showmaker away.
Yeah, the thing is the Jax is still going to be pretty fine in the side lane against him. And Jax has more gold because he picked up kills in that fight. So I ultimately don't think D+ are too concerned about it. He's also getting some plates on the bot side here. Jax notoriously good at just killing towers. So I think, you know, we don't have the situation we had last game where we had a lead for Kingen. We do have a bit of a lead for Jiu, not as big. More so, the advantages Nongshim are going to end up having later is purely the scaling, but it's looking a bit rough, especially the thing that stands out to me is how fed Lucid is, which is something you highlighted as potentially being problematic.
Well, Barrel's just going to do some barrel things here. Just going to face check and die.
It's about what I expect.
Yeah. So that's some extra gold over to the Kaisa. And, you know, you talked about being an AP threat as this game comes along. If he can hit 3, especially 4 items, might become a bit oppressive, especially into a champion like Xayah.
Yeah, I mean, definitely carry potential on this one. You know...
Do we need a replay?
I'm not sure we need a replay.
It's just... I think, you know, maybe spare him the embarrassment, although I guess he's used to it by
He
now.
is definitely not embarrassed over that. He's embarrassed for Nongshim, doing something as cringe as setting a trap. Shameful behavior.
All part of his plan.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, Lucid's here.
Next time he's going to face check like that, he's going to have the whole team back him up, and he'll lure them into a false sense of security.
Yeah. We got a little...
Beryl will just walk into your jungle 7 times a game, and 6 of them he won't have backup, and the one he does, loses you with.
Yeah, Kingen just... He did not expect them to still be there. He has to use his Cannon Barrage to get away.
Yeah, not had so much Cannon Barrage value this game compared to the global power of the Pantheon so far, but still managed to avoid that sticky situation.
They're still fighting over that ward.
Yeah.
They're still fighting!
This is just...
Supportal combat!
This is just the eternal battle. This is just...
I don't think it would ever end.
This is just Lehen's barrel. Honestly, I think if everyone else just stopped playing and just started watching that, we could just watch that for the rest of the day. And they would just fight.
I think it would last for the rest of the day.
It really would. Definitely, I think I'd give it a Rakan, though, just because he can keep sustaining.
Yeah.
Feral really wanted to show that off. I can just keep landing Qs, buddy. I can do this all day.
He ends up staying in the bush until he backs all the way up. And Nongshim gotta do something. I say that, I mean, they don't really have to do anything.
I think Nongshim are fine not to do something.
Maybe they're not gonna do anything. We do have a Rift Herald fight and another Drake coming up soon.
I think
So-
perfect for Nongshim would be to get one of those. Get either the Herald or the Ocean Dragon and don't fight. I think that is the perfect outcome. Other than, I mean, obviously taking a fight and winning it is better, but, you know, I think the most probably optimal outcome is to get one of those objectives, give the other to D+, and then continue scaling.
What if instead of that, we forced a 5v5 fight against DK right now?
5v5? Why not 4v5?
Well, that might happen too. Kingan's in a lot of trouble here. He has to flash the wall. And I don't think he's getting away either, as here comes Pantheon and Showmaker for the follow-up. Kingan just kind of rambling through the jungle, gets killed. It's a 5th kill for Lucid on his Lilia. He is unstoppable, quite literally. Nongshim still posturing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, they're TPing in.
I guess they kind of feel confident to go for this because D+ don't have all their members there.
I mean, they could, though. Like, trying to zone Lucid here as the smite will go the way, and now they have the combo as the sleep a little bit late from Lucid. He is going to go down. A massive shutdown for Jiwoo, who is now on the run. Flash on in as they look to punish him for taking down Lucid, but somehow Nongshim able to make something of that play so far. Shield level 12. Look at the front line. Look at Gideon just melt into this, but the barrel gonna hit the back line. Trying to peel the hens, not gonna hit the knock-up onto the necessary members, and that just means the entire fight is so forced from Nongshim. And DK, they love when you engage into them. They just absolutely adore it. And Nongshim did it again.
Guys, you could have just taken the Herald. Better than that, you could have taken the massive shutdown from Lucid. It went on a Jiwoo. That was perfect. It doesn't matter that he dies. He got a big shutdown from Lucid. You could have just cut and run. You could have just left. You could have just said, guys, this is fine. This was not fine. This was King and a little bit overextended. Not ideal. Not optimal. Pantheon does have that chase potential. But I'm going to, you know, we'll go through this replay, Brendan, and I'm going to point out the moments.
Do we have to?
We have to. I'm going to point out the moments at which they could have just left. Okay?
Take it away, Ox.
So here, they're doing the Herald. They get the Herald, okay? Hard to leave in this situation. A little bit difficult. Okay, they get Lucid. Okay, Jiwoo's in a bit of trouble. He flashes. Okay, guys, I think Jiwoo's... Let's just leave him.
Leave him.
Just leave him. He got the kill. Let's just leave.
Leave.
Okay, leave. Guys, okay, you can actually leave now.
You can leave now. You can still leave.
Okay, it's too late now. Now it's too late. That's
Now
the
it's
point of no
definitely too
return.
late.
Good ult from aiming as well to dodge the flash Q. But yeah, now it's... well, Gideon's leaving.
Yeah. Well, at least somebody got the memo eventually.
Yeah, and we had a Cloud Ocean first 2 dragons, and D+ are rewarded with a Hextech Soul.
Denied Chemtech Soul, unfortunate.
Ah, sadly. But yeah,
those
4,000
buffs are
gold
just-
lead, 2 dragons. And the thing is as well, I talked about the scaling of Nongshim. It's going to take a while before that's ready online, and D+ can just pick up Hextech Soul, and then it doesn't matter. So...
Yep, especially if, you know, they have to use their scaling by going all in into Xayah Lilia Jax.
Yeah.
From behind, it's not going to feel good for a very long time now. Like we were saying, if it was an even game state, if Nongshim got ahead even, there were definitely angles. Now,
So-
I'm very worried.
Showmaker's going... Like, it's not... I feel like saying Bruiser feels wrong, because he's building Thimblewinter. He's going like the... It's like Tank Pantheon.
Yeah.
You know? Tanktheon.
Tankian, yeah. Well, the Hens is dead. Well, he might not die, actually. He's totally fine. Yeah, calculated. The burn
I just
on
love
for
to
a
see
while.
Showmaker just put his spear and his shield together. Just like, I'm going in.
From bot lane, like he wasn't even there.
I need this kill.
I'm sending it.
I've got to do it.
He deserves to die. Like,
Yeah.
I gotta give him the death.
It's not about whether it's worth, it's about sending a message.
Yeah, exactly.
Nowhere is safe for me.
I think DK, you can easily just set up for Otacon here, you know, push in the top side from Shiwu. He's backing, he's got TP. And You just force another fight. At this point, you're very strong over the side of Nongshim. You just won a big team fight. Your Pantheon just hit his Fimbulwinter. So you're hitting some spikes. And Nongshim are not quite there yet. You know, you've got 2 items on Kai'Sa. You've got 1 and 1 on Yone and Gangplank. So this is the perfect time for DK to say, okay, we can do whatever we want. And if you want to fight us, go ahead. You'll have to engage into us. And it's not going to go well for you. So you got Lahen's hiding on Bush. He's able to do that. That's fine.
I think Atakan's a bit stronger than Rakan Lahen's. I don't think you win that 1v1. Also as well, with Showmaker's build, presumably the synergy is the Stride Breaker slows, and you proc the Fimbulwinter with that.
Whoa.
Pretty neat.
Well, we found you. He's going to have to cleanse pretty early on, but that is the Rakan buff, or ult down.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no pressure for D+ to start Atakan. As I say that, they start Atakan.
I think they can just kind of do whatever they want.
They can, but I'm saying, you know, they burn the cleanse. The cleanse won't be up for that dragon fight. They could just wait for that, wait for Rakan ult and capitalize. They get the TP. That's so big, actually. They didn't even want to do it. You know, I feel like the way they were on the map, their intent,
yeah,
they were kind of just like, Lucid will just hit it a little bit while he's clearing a ward. And they get the TP. So they got TP, they got cleanse from Jiwoo. Jiwoo's cleanse won't be up for the dragon fight, whereas Barrel's ult obviously will be, unless you use it again, which I wouldn't put it past him. So yeah, easy setup for that next fight. Just D+ not pushing too far and just doing their homework. Just saying, hey, we are so in control of this game right now. We have a favorable soul. Let's just play at the pace we need.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams throw on Atakan. They're not going to do that. Fisher, though, has to flash away here.
Just taking off more and more summons as we
and
go.
A barrage. Shiu.
Atakan's at a gank.
Got a little bit lazy there at the end.
Yeah, that's like how my jungler ganks, honestly. Rift Herald's ganking!
Yoinked back in the jungle. You're like, what the hell? How did you even do that?
Rift Herald's ganking, guys. Look, he's coming.
Yeah, well, Nongshim going to send a desperate Atakan here. There's Hex Gates, by the way. Just a little reminder for Nongshim, if they're listening. They're not. The engage comes in. They're trying to burst down Lucid. He is so tanky at this point in time. He's level 13. And he's not going to die anytime soon. The engage is paltry at best. And now Gideon's going to go down. And DK, I said it before, they can do whatever they want. They're going to continue doing whatever they want in this fight. Jiwoo, no cleanse, no anything. You see Kingen actually doing a great job here, but Featherstorm still available. And DK still going to win that 2v1.
And you know who did the most damage that fight? The Tanktheon, obviously.
Of course, yeah.
How could we think any differently? Yeah, pretty dominant fight from D+. No notes, really. They let Nongshim start the Atakan. Genius move to just...
Yeah, I don't know.
I think Nongshim were feeling pretty desperate, and they were like, you know what? Time for a Hail Mary play. They're doing that a lot this series, it feels like. So they try and just one-shot Lucid, and I'm not sure where the CC layering goes wrong. So he gets comboed. The ult comes through, but I think is it like the Mikhail's flash? I'm not convinced that works. I think he just got the flash off in time. I'm pretty sure they removed any interactions like that. So he just flashed before the ult came through, able to dodge away the CC layering. He's tanky as well, doesn't die. And yeah, D+ clean up. I'll be honest, I think even if Lucid died, probably still D+ win that fight, but definitely Lucid alive.
Well, Ahen's he's going to do his best.
Give Beryl the kill.
Beryl cosplay.
Give him the kill. Oh. Cowards.
Support's underrepresented.
Beryl with kills is just too powerful.
Yeah, he doesn't have any kills at the moment.
They'll save that for a game 5.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Game 5. Yeah.
If it gets to that point.
You know, I was toying with 3-0 or 3-1. I was like, DK surely, you know, they'll have one of their for fun games. You know, Nongshim are a really good team. I watched the series so far and I'm like, God, I was so dumb. Why didn't I go for 3-0? It's so obvious.
Imagine not knowing the answer beforehand, Brendan.
When you see it happen, you're like, oh God, like it was so obvious.
It's not over yet. Maybe Nongshim were just building false hope.
Yeah, I mean, game 3, there's still a chance. Lucid does take a lot of damage, but the rest of the team is just running away. Lucid?
Yeah, there is not a chance in game 2.
Oh, he is. Yeah, he is out of combo. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he needed to die just because he has Atacon buff, but he does have Atacon buff, so...
That's the thing.
Where is...
He's ulting in.
Of course.
Yeah, of course. What he's Tank Theon. Aiming, tanking the turret. He's just going to go into his Feather Storm. Showmaker going the opposite way. Yeah.
Interesting.
About that, DK, they will have their fun.
This looks like, you know, start of LCK Cup Atacon, when teams were like, we have to int and die. We have no choice.
We must.
But there's actually, it's long respawn timers. They're still coming back. There is Hex Gates. Nongshim are just starting the Baron. I respect this play. The game is pretty cooked. Just send it on Baron.
The Lilia's already here.
It doesn't matter. Just, it's all or nothing.
She was here too.
Keep sending it. Just keep sending it.
Yeah. Okay, well, they're going to try to turn on to Lucid. He actually does die. Sleep does still come through. That's a couple of kills. Double kill for the Kai'Sa. Okay.
Oh,
better than it could have been. They found an angle to find kills.
The global pantheon is still global. Gideon, you don't need to hit your W. Just walk away.
Okay, he's going to the Hextech Dragon. No, he's not. Trying to back here.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
He doesn't know. He's just going to TP in. It doesn't matter.
He lacks critical information.
Yeah. Well, Team's here. He can clear the waves. There's no Baron buff. But we got TPs coming in. And yeah. Tank Theon doesn't need you to not have cleanse. It doesn't matter. It's just, he's going to kill you anyway.
He didn't stun you to CC you. He stunned you to proc Fimbulwinter. There's a difference.
We are not the same. Showmaker is very much built different in this game. 5-0-3. A big stomp once again from DK.
You know, he built different and he is built different.
And Lucid's going to get a lot of the focus, of course, for his early game and picking up all the kills. But shout out to Tank Theon as well.
Yep.
And DK just, this is not a even series by any means.
No. But you know, things can change, Brendan. Let's see if things change in the next game, because this one in some ways looked worse than game one.
Yeah.
And it kind of feels like we haven't lost that energy from D+ of just kind of like pick whatever feels the most vibey and just win.
Yeah.
And they are looking very scary. And especially because you think the other team who looked strongest coming out of group stage was T1, and they are now out the tournament.
Yeah.
D+ with this series are not only putting in a statement that they are still in great form, they're putting in the statement that they are the team to beat in the LCK Cup. And Nongshim have a little bit of time to try and figure out how to do that 3 times in a row.
Well, we'll see if they can figure it out in the third time. On the third time, it's a rough start for them for now. But DK looking very strong with the 2-0 lead at the moment. 2 very one-sided games. We're gonna take a break and have the space to break that one down. We'll be right back.
빨리 정 없다 쉐야.
타워. 야 요네 나온다 요네.
끝났어.
야 갱플 살아나면 공 있어.
끝났어.
그래 이제 요네는 공 없고.
끝났어. 야 타워. 아 살려줘 제발. 타워 살려줘.
야 타워.
사람아 살려줘. 저 절대 안 치네. 와 넥서스.
You say you're not afraid to die, but take off the armor around your chest. What's left inside? Lying, licking your blade. Do you really bleed if it washes away? Take a ride, rough as you can. Tell you a secret, right as your dogs are closing in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in, into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and drink it in.
What will Showmaker cook up next? The thing he's definitely cooking are the Noodle Boys right now. They are up 2-0 over Nongshim. It's Kronny, it's Wolfie, it's Digani. It is yet another victory here for Showmaker and the rest of D plus Kia as they are one step closer to the upper bracket finals of the LCK Cup. And yet again, it's another early couple tussles. Nongshim in till the mid game, and then the game just breaks wide open.
Best thing about Ramyun is you have the like powder that you put in.
Yep.
You have the exact amount that's right there. You don't have to measure it or anything like that. You just open it and you put it in.
Put the whole thing in, yeah.
You know, some people like to put less if they want to be a little bit healthier. Some people put a little bit more if they have like one saved up. In this case, I feel like Nongshim are putting double powder in their soup because the judgment calls have been a little too spicy. Like a lot of these fights, it feels like they're listening to Lehenxiang a little bit too much. Because they just keep going in. Like, Lehens is about to die, and sometimes you can just let this guy go. Like, it's okay if Lehens dies. It's not ideal. But every time he's in trouble, the whole team just collapses in. Like, we will win this fight. And you can tell Lehens is calling that, but there's so many situations where they could just walk away.
Yeah, I think that Lehens needs to identify that those calls worked when he had Canyon, Keen, and Chovy on his team. When I think you can make a lot more of these calls and they end up working out. Because I'm with you. I think that we're also seeing again, DK just, they love Fearless, man. Like this team, out of anyone, makes the most use of it by a large margin. And a DK that's playing with this much fun, including the, you know, Barrel didn't even have that many moments in this game, but like Showmaker ulting into multiple people, Lucid just kind of dying at the end there with the Otacon buff, even though he definitely didn't need to. Stuff like that, that's peak DK.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at how it all happened here. You're saying Showmaker ulting on in. He goes on the top side, then we're wondering why he's bringing TP, usually bring Ignite. No, he'll also make a play on the bottom side.
Yeah, the big thing here is that, as you're saying, you don't need to take TP on Pantheon, especially mid, because the lane is so short. You can even go Souls, which I think we saw DreamBeat do, and then you have Ignite for extra kill threat. But Showmaker shows us that, as he did way back in 2020 on DK or Domwon back then, like he would teleport to lanes on TF level 3 and just win a lane. He's winning 2 lanes consecutively here.
He's making an impact topside, and then in the overextension on the attempted cross map here, which is frankly a little bit suspect here and a little bit late, and on the rotation from Fisher, Nongshim just ended up getting kind of sandwiched. And like, trying to force this against Fisher, he's got great mechanics this tournament. I think he's really turned around for me as a player. Like I feel like he's one of our most improved mid laners, but you know, he secures the kill, but at such a heavy cost. And these are the types of fights I'm talking about where we see a really heavy commit from Nongshim. If Showmaker is topside on the Pantheon and you make a faster rotation as Fisher on the Yone and you're able to get there a little bit quicker, maybe they're not accounting for the teleport of the Pantheon, but they were just way too slow. By the time Fisher shows up, Showmaker's already there. The fight is already, like, it's winnable if you're all in position, but you're not. Like, you're really just reaching for something that isn't there. And Nongshim, I feel like after game 1, not pulling a trigger on, for example, the teleport for Kingen on the Rumble, maybe the coaching staff was like, go in more, but this wasn't the time.
Yeah, and I like that you're saying that. Nongshim could win these fights if they are all there, but they haven't been, and D+ have been so malleable in these fights. Here's yet another one at 16 minutes, and it's the decision-making kind of questions coming from Nongshim after they get themselves a small win after the small loss here.
Yeah, for Nongshim, it really does just feel like they, even with this game where I think the draft is actually playable, was highlighted by the cost as well. Like, you outskill super hard. Trying to play Xayah into Sejuani, Yone, you're like, okay, but then add GP to the mix. Like, trying to play that into GP in late game team fights is an absolute nightmare. We know Kingen is a good GP. I think that Nongshim just very clearly seem to have this idea that they need to run the game early. And you just, especially with this draft, last game I got it, but you just don't need to do that. And then here, yes, they kill Lucid. And then you're like, maybe just leave it at there again.
Yeah, the Gangplank ultimate here also not really the greatest because it's just ulting the pit. Maybe if it was used here on top of these 4 members in this choke point after the kill went down, maybe they could have done something with this, but they do just stick around. I mean, Ox did a great job of highlighting how many different opportunities there were for them to just walk away from this one, and they simply did not. And this has kind of been a Nongshim trend, even back with their full challengers roster, to just constantly scrap, but you're going to have to see better judgment calls here.
Because they're hard chasing, into Azaya, who's going to have the recall. And as was highlighted, we also have a Jax there. And Jax absolutely cooks most people on that team. And as we can see, he's not stopping. Like, the Pantheon came through. We thought it was going to be for Beryl because the Pantheon was one of Beryl's most iconic champions when they won Worlds the first time. But look at this. What do you do?
And this is, I think, part of why we've seen D+ be our best drafting team of LCK Cup so far. I don't think that's going to change. But he just has such a huge pool. So does Lucid. So does Beryl. You just don't know what's going to come next. You can't predict what D+ is going to do.
I feel like D+ Kia as an organization is using this LCK Cup and Fearless Draft the proper way to make things come together in a way that maybe won't happen as much in the regular season, but you're leaning into Showmaker, you're empowering the rest of your team to do that. It's been so fun to watch. We're not done yet. They got to get to 3. And Nongshim, wake up! You got to get 3 more right now. Let's see if they're able to do it. Let's head it back on over to Valdez and to Ox.
Thank you, Spacers, for that breakdown. As we're getting ready for game number 3. There's always a chance. You know, that sign said you got 1 bullet left in the chamber. 1 last shot. And
but they need to win 3 games.
They
need 3 bullets.
Well, if they get 1, then it's my pred of 3-1, and you know.
Oh, then you'd be
maybe
happy.
That would be nice.
Not everything's about your predictions, Brendan. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Don't do a Mao and
I'm no
space
chronicler.
your entire personality around predictions.
Well, Nongshim, they've gone for the blue side here once again. They say, you know, the Skarner Kalista trade, that was just, you know, that just happened.
That's the thing, right?
That wasn't a plan.
T1 did it in game 5 when it wouldn't matter for the rest of Fearless, but they're like, hey, we've been on red side, blue side's won every game, let's do this trade and see if we can spice things up. I get it, didn't work out, I get it. They did a game 1, and I was thinking like, oh, the impacts this has on the rest of the series, you know? How is this gonna... They just keep going blue side, and now, again, D+ have an easy time banning. Last time they banned Aurora via Jace. They can just do that again, if they so please. And the thing with Fearless as well, you know, sometimes in Fearless, we see teams like adjust based on, you know, what was not in Fearless, we see teams have to adjust based on what was played last game. Even if you win the game, you might ban away something that was picked last time that you had a problem with. In Fearless, it just doesn't matter. You don't have to ban the stuff you just played against. It's that easy.
Yeah.
Jade's gonna get banned, no surprise. Aurora already gone. Vi probably gonna be the 3rd ban from D+. Cassante and Zinzao not banning the Mel yet, though.
Which is pretty interesting because if it does stay up,
I wonder if Showmaker plays Mel, you know?
Well,
I know his champion pool, we saw in the graphic, very small. He doesn't play many champions.
Yeah.
I wonder if he'll have picked up
so
Mel yet.
They leave it up, and now you can just trade Mel for Vi if you'd like, or you could just ban Vi.
They opt out of it.
And, okay, well, it's Galio. That's not Mel. They say, surely you don't play Mel. You can't play Mel. And you kind of have to pick away Camille from Camille Galio. So maybe just going to see either Siwu or Beryl, or maybe even Showmaker at this point. I don't even know. Somebody's going to be playing the Camille. Siwu doesn't look too happy about it. Or maybe not.
I think the Wukong denial is pretty big. Wukong Galio really strong. Taking that away, pretty important. Will they pick up the Mel, or do they not want to play Mel into Galio? Obviously, I think Mel has a much easier time against ranged champions, just because you can like block the projectiles. Galio can kind of just get up in your face. So maybe this is that prepared pick to deny the Mel. We'll see, though. I could see Showmaker just locking it in and saying, yeah, I'm down. But first off, they will deny picks that pair up well with the Galio.
Yeah. 2 of them in a row. I mean, there's still other picks. The Ziggs is available, but the Ziggs is kind of like the afterthought, like, oh, we've got extra damage on top of our engage. You really want someone who's also going to be going in there pretty deep to set up the Galio for engage. But 2 of those champs were just taken away. So what else do they look for? Rakan could be another good one, but that was taken away, right? So Nocturne.
That's a pretty good one.
And Shen.
Those are pretty good champions. You know what they did? You know what happened in the previous game? Is they got globaled to all hell by Showmaker, right? He was just styling on them with his TPs and his global ult. And you know what Nongshim said? That's a pretty good strategy. And they are literally just copying that ×3. 3 champions with global or semi-global ultimates. on the side of Nongshim. They're like, look, guys, we struggle with macro. We've struggled with having the right people there for our team fights. Everyone is going to be there for every fight. Beryl cannot step foot
Or we lose.
Beryl cannot step foot in our jungle without the whole of the Avengers coming in and like swarming down on him.
Yeah.
Or they lose. And Ziggs picked up for aiming. You have a lot of setup with the Wukong and the Camille. When they dive in, you just ult on top. But Ziggs into like... You know, Ziggs, I feel like, can do a pretty good job of peeling away a lot of melee threats, but it's kind of hard to do much against Nocturne and Shen and a Galio on top.
Yeah, I mean, if you get hit by the Nocturne, aiming's positioning going to have to be pretty stellar in this one to not be seen by Nocturne. If he gets seen and ulted, he's probably just dead.
And the thing is, you can buy a Zhonya, sure, but it kind of delays your damage, but also it means you're just standing still. Doesn't get you out of the situation. So we'll see. Seeing some bans come through. Talia getting banned away from Showmaker. I think it makes a lot of sense into all these dive-focused melee champions. Even though D+'s comp is quite dive-focused in and of itself, definitely some extra peel for these Ziggs would go a long way. Neela banned out.
Yeah.
Respecting Jiwoo for his old notorious Neela fame.
Yeah. I mean... Neela, it feels like, you know, everybody's going in, could feel good, but she doesn't do a whole lot of damage. So...
Oh, man. I don't think Akali's that great here. I actually think you could go something like the Swain in this situation. You know, you've seen 3 melee champions into you. What are they going to do?
LeBlanc?
Dive you?
Rise?
Zillion also pretty good.
That's a fast Wukong. All right.
Oh, you killed aiming? Do it again.
Do it again. And yeah, I mean, the speed ups that you get as well, like, you're going to have very reliable engage. Now, he is kind of a sitting duck, and, you know, you throw a bunch of bombs on the ground and stuff like that, but now you're also a target, potentially. Sivir.
Oh, man. Not only do they have this global comp, but a lot of speed. And actually, Sivir and a Ziggs is kind of annoying to play the Ziggs into, because she has a spell shield that blocks your Qs. Not that fun. You do outrange her, but it just doesn't really matter that much because she's so fast. So actually, Sivir, pretty heads-up pick into the Ziggs. Kennen gonna come out, running a bit of extra AP damage, but also King and feeling confident about that into the Camille. Nongshim have kind of cooked with this draft. They've kind of gone out there to a decent
mid Aatrox?
Let's see. So I don't think it's Camille support. It could be. It is Camille support.
Okay.
Of course it is.
Yeah. You know,
How
I said
could we be so silly?
No, I said it right when the Camille was hovered, when she was hovering it. I'm like, you know, this could go to Shu. It could absolutely go to Beryl. Maybe even Showmaker. I don't know.
Let's be honest. Any pick could go to Beryl.
He'll play whatever he wants.
He will play what he wants. And I think Showmaker and Beryl are just having a competition to who can outpick each other. That is my interpretation of D+'s drafting. It's like, Beryl's like, oh, I could Camille, and Showmaker's like, no, you could. He's like, bet.
I'll do it. Don't make me.
I don't think you even need to prompt him, and just will. He'll just lock it. But yeah, I think some interesting decisions coming out here from D+ with that flex of the Camille to support. Camille support's been popular in solo queue for a while. Definitely a pick that can have a lot of carry potential, but I think some things did hurt her. I mean, she does now have the Blood Song, which is nice for her, but it did recently get nerfed. Also, like, some of her base stats, like the base damage on her abilities and her base stats got nerfed a bit because she was really popular in solo queue support, so she's weaker now than she has been in the past. But it's Beryl, and he will press R. I know he will do that much. I kind of like Nongshim's composition. I think they give themselves a lot of tools, a lot of options. Just make good use of them, you know? If they fall behind against a composition with Zillion, I don't think they're going to have a fun time. And you know, Aatrox gets his revive back thanks to Zillion.
Well, there you go. Let's jump on the rip for Game 3. Game number 3.
You know what's the craziest thing about this game?
What's that?
Beryl went no skin Camille.
Why?
What does it mean?
Why?
And Fisher went no skin Galio. When you have the chicken skin? Come on, man.
I mean, that's kind of Yeah, that's out of bounds.
Yeah.
That's a flag on the play.
Not allowed. Aiming going for the Arcanist Ziggs. He's just inferior to Pool Party Ziggs.
Well, Lens is here, but she taunts away.
Oh, and he dodges everything. No mana flow ban stack for you, Aiming.
Yeah. Aiming did go for the biscuits in this game. Did go for inspiration second.
Did he definitely have biscuits or just inspiration?
Maybe just inspiration.
Yeah, because I think people have been going free boots and Cosmic Insight has been the common one.
I just associate second rune page, what do you even call it? Secondary runes, inspiration with biscuits.
It was that way for a while.
Like,
yeah, no, he hasn't.
In my brain, yeah, he has not gone for the biscuits. In fact, nobody has gone for the biscuits.
No biscuits? The world's healing.
Yeah. Just a little bit. Time heals everything, you know? She was never going to really have a fun time, especially when you're playing into not only Kennen, but also Sivir.
You guys thought playing into a ranged top was bad? How about 2? And Shen solo bot lane. Because why not? Honestly, compared to a Kennen, a lot better at fending off a dive.
He's gonna hit level 6 very fast. Okay, TP comes in.
Bit of shed XP, it means Kingen's level 2, Lahen's level 2. Very hard to make a dive happen against this. Especially since Beryl was still level 1 as the TP happened. And it kind of feels like this series, we've seen a lot more of Jiwoo laning against Shiwu in this one than the normal lanes. It kind of feels like that's the angle they're going for.
Some interesting maneuvers in bottom lane.
Threatening, but not going any more aggressive.
Yeah.
Well, I said that playing Ziggs into Sivir can be a bit annoying, the spell shield just negating your poke a good amount.
Yeah.
Not a problem if you're laning into Kennen.
Yeah, what if you just don't lane into Sivir?
Yeah.
For a while.
Then you're fine, I guess.
Oh. Using the satchel for harass.
Yeah. I think they're not aware of any real counter threat going to come out from Nongshim.
Yeah.
I get the vibe that they're not looking to flash on Aiming and try and kill him. But we'll see.
Yeah. Gideon level 4. Just trying to hit level 6 as fast as he possibly can. He's going back to his Raptors. Meanwhile, we have Lucid in the jungle as they have spotted him in his own jungle, Gideon. I don't know if Lucid's going to be able to do much alone, but a little bit of a roam up maybe from Beryl.
We both have Smite.
He's going to get in there. He doesn't smite it away, I don't believe.
No,
But Gideon,
Lucid got the big one.
Oh, he did, I guess, yeah. Smite on cooldown. As now, flash on in, has to flash away. Beryl might just be the sacrifice. He also has to flash. First blood given over to Gideon. Well, at least they got the big Raptor. Flashing away here as well is Showmaker.
I expected nothing else from Beryl, you know? He always has to sacrifice. He has to be the first death. It's how it goes.
Yeah.
You know, he was all in. Lucid was like, hey, I got the Raptor. You got the big Raptor. I'm ready to go. Beryl's like, we need to do more. We need to do more.
Yeah.
And he did more.
He really is that guy at the poker table that's just all in every single hand.
Every single hand.
You're like, we're just trying to play a game. He's like all in.
And then the one time you call him on it, why does he have a flush?
Why does he have pocket aces?
It's literally Atlas as well. If anyone doesn't know, whenever we play poker, Atlas always says he says he has a flush, always. And then you call him and he actually has a flush that one time. It's infuriating.
Yeah, surely not this time. Oh no, he's got it again.
It's just every time. And you obviously know Atlas's favorite player is Beryl, so very alike in that regard.
It makes sense. It's all coming together.
Yeah.
Well, Gio alone doesn't do very well into the two of them. So Lahens has to come over, help out a little bit.
Yeah, also Gio is saving a spell shield in case Beryl tries to engage, so he's not spell shielding the Qs, which is kind of sad. Logical and makes sense, but it is kind of sad.
Satchel again.
A lot of aggressive satcheling. I'm not sure I condone it.
I think it's
There's
okay
a little
for
spell
now,
shield.
but not later,
Yeah,
please.
definitely not later.
Later, if you're using our satchel offensively, they can just pull the trigger.
Yeah,
All their ults.
this team from Nongshim, pretty good. Pretty good at doing that.
Yeah. Still curious about what this Aatrox is going to end up doing. I feel like into teams that go all in, you can be very strong, but the laning phase is not fun.
I think the Camille Flex would have been really cool if they picked something that would actually win. The problem is, right, it just doesn't work because of lane swaps. Because it would have been really cool if they picked something that could have just bullied Kennen out of lane, because Kennen is very good into melee tops, but like kind of struggles into range tops himself. A lot of them can out-trade him.
Yeah.
So like if they flexed Camille's support and then put something top just to beat up Kennen, that would have been sick. But there's lane swap, so even if that happened, you wouldn't really get to see it.
Yes, lane swaps never going away for the foreseeable future. They've tried, it hasn't worked out.
Yeah, kind of done with the second era of lane swaps.
Yeah.
I wonder when the third era of lane swaps will be. Or do you think it's just continuous? It'll just never go?
Yeah, I think the second arrow will last for quite a while, so it's kind of hard to know exactly when it'll end, and then, you know, you get on to the next one.
No. There needs to be some time off. We had a decent run without lane swaps for a while.
How long did that last?
It's like, how long? Like 5 years? 6, maybe? I don't know. It was a while. When did lane swaps go?
I think it was like 7 or 8.
Oh, okay.
Although I'm not sure how long, like exactly the year that it ended.
I find it really hard because when I think about it, like 2020 was like 2 years ago.
It was 2016.
2016 feels like it was 4 years ago.
Yeah, that was.
It does really
9
mess
years
with me.
ago.
That is not okay.
Yeah. That's a fun thing you can do.
9 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, uses the E to dodge away from the second bomb. Pretty slow going in this game, which I don't think Nongshim can be too upset about. They did get those early grubs. DK got the early dragon. Or trade off there. It was, I mean, I'm bringing this up again, but it was such a cool swap, the Camille swap.
Yeah.
For it to end up like this.
Beryl just wanted to play Camille. He's like, nah, I'm just playing Camille. So.
But that's fine.
You pick whatever you want.
But
in fact, I'm just going to pick you Aatrox. Have fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, sometimes that's the way it is. Oh, can he get the plate in time? I think he can.
Yeah.
The minions will do it for him. So King getting pretty fed on this Kennen. He's going AD Kennen as well. So menace in the side lane, less of a menace in the team fights.
Yeah,
but
I mean, he can
fairness,
stun people.
To some extent, I kind of get it because you're playing into like Zillion, Wukong, Camille. Like, it's hard to really get like the big ult value on them. He can just kind of sit on top of Jiwoo and they both just shred anyone who comes near.
All right, 3-man dive here onto an Aatrox who has flash. Let's see if it works out. TP comes in before the paranoia, so maybe a chance, but that damage is way too much. The TP is there, but that's a Zillion. Meanwhile, we got Beryl. Nice flash as he predicts that one. Jiwoo just dodges that with Ghost, and he gets out. But yeah, the top side, another big win here for Nongshim. They even get the TP out of Showmaker.
Oh, this might be a tricky dive.
Yeah, trying to go for this one onto Jiwoo. That should work out.
Lahem?
Lucid.
Ult?
No?
Question mark?
Yeah.
No, he needed to save it so he could kill Amy.
Well, now we got Galio coming in, and yeah, he's just going to die to the turret shot and ignite. So there you go. Even going to get the flash out of aiming. And now it's Fisher's turn to be everywhere. You know, he was in the top lane. He comes down. He ults the bottom lane. Reminds me of Showmaker in Game 2.
That's what you got to do. You know, they picked this global comp. They want to make use of it.
Okay, trying to get the one tap out of aiming, and Fisher will not be denied, and he's got a Shen on his back here too. Lucid flexes! Oh no! It's a double for Fisher under the turret.
You know what? Behind you're forgiven. That's a good reason to save your ult. Forget about your AD carry. You're playing for your mid laner, and Fisher, he does everything. You know, he's doing what Showmaker did last game. Balance a taunt here, they get this kill pretty easily. No too big of an issue. And then here, Very scrappy play. The satchel usage by aiming doesn't inspire joy. And then this is a great flash from Beryl. Reads the taunt flash, doesn't get hit by it. But then this play, was Lehen CC'd for the entire duration? Let's take a look. Got stunned by Lehen. There was definitely a window for him to ult. Yeah. But, you know, didn't find it. And then this play works out famously.
볼게 이거.
I'm going for it.
나 Q 2초.
Just talking about timings.
갈신.
Predict on the flash. He's having a good time. Meanwhile, trying to bully aiming once again.
Wait, he just smashed him.
Yeah.
And we're seeing a return to the old times. You know, we talked about the lane swap era. AP Galio era? Not tank Galio? Actual icon one-shot people Galio? It's beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, especially when you're fed.
It's obnoxious but to play into, but it's beautiful. Yeah, but the thing is as well, I mean, maybe like he's gone phase rush as well, so it kind of seemed like this was his intent.
Yeah.
Because we saw a lot more like aftershock and stuff. He wants to do damage. He wants to just kill people, and you know what's crazy? Still tanky. Still tanky. That's how it goes.
Yeah. That is the way to Galio. Shu's still trying to figure out what his role is in this game. I hope it's not to face check and die. It was to face check and... Okay, it was to face check and die. That's his role in the game. It's to face check and die. I figured it out. 2 deaths now. That one goes over to Lehens, who is 2-0 and 2. And Nomushim are just kind of flattening them here in Game 3. Looks like they finally figured it out. Just pick 5 champions that go in, and then we can't go out.
Yeah,
and
flying too close to the sun. Far too close to the sun. Has the Camille support worked? Not famously. Has the flex to give top counter pick worked? Also not famously. Both of which is 0-2-0. Perhaps a step too far. The full channel taunt into the other taunt. It's that easy.
And somehow, Lehen still got the kill.
Yeah.
It's okay. Fisher already had 2 kills.
He deserved it. Now he has his locket. Whereas Beryl has to build like damage items that are expensive.
Let's go for the locket Camille.
I am going to say it though. From this position, this is the biggest lead we've had at this point of the game in this series. From this position, Nongshim really should be winning this game.
Yeah.
Really.
It's very difficult to handle that much pressure. They don't have the same comp as last game where they had like Xayah and Jax and all this stuff. Like they still have some potential to peel, but when you're this far behind,
oh, look at the plate
that
diff
really
as well.
matters. Yeah, 5 plates in bot.
Lehen's got a lot of plate gold because, you know, he deserves it.
Yes. And he's got a bounty, the biggest one in the game.
Yeah, and I think Nongshim just have so much control now, and it's so hard for D+ to do something in return, because every time they make a play, the entire enemy team is capable of showing up in a relatively quick fashion. If they're not there already hiding in a bush, as was the case there with Lehens.
Yeah. We have Hexexol again, by the way. So that's, you know, DK can't just sit around and do nothing for a while and let Drakes go the way of Nongshim. They actually have to fight for these plays.
Yeah.
For now, they're just going to sit back and farm, but eventually...
They did at least get a one of the dragons. So...
Ocean.
Yeah, but it's not really pinned on what the dragon is, but it just means Nongshim are 3 away.
I just thought you didn't remember the name of Ocean Drake.
How could I forget?
Well, Shiu, this time he's not face-checking a bush, but he might still be dead. And he's going to flash and still die.
They opted into this, by the way.
Yeah, this was DK's choice.
Yeah, so not having a fun time. Zig's ult will come in, more global ultimates, or semi-global at least, to deny the push so the tower doesn't go down. But they still lost their Aatrox, who right now isn't having a good time. I feel like this is kind of like, you know, you know the scoreline you see when someone's lane swapped? That's what Aatrox has, right?
Yeah.
Lowest CS out of anyone on his team apart from his support, 0-3-0. Whereas on the other side, Kingen doesn't even look like he was in a lane swap.
And now you see they're trying to desperately do this Rift Herald, but we've got everybody joining in on the side of Nongshim. Did they go too far? I do wonder. 666 gold does go over to Barrel, but he will go down. The hands, they're desperately trying to kill a Shen, and they will eventually be able to do just that. Kiting the Aatrox once again. Here is Siwu and Kingen. The res going to maybe be denied here. Yeah, it's not going to come through, and Nongshim just waited out, take the win in the fight. And the Rift Herald did not even go their way to DK. Ooh, no time.
One of the things with Zilean is when your team is ahead, it feels so obnoxious. You know, you're trying to take down super fed targets, you think you're going to get it, and they come back to life. When you're behind, though, it's like, oh, we can't kill the 0-3-0 Aatrox. Let's just ignore him for 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And that's literally what happened. We're fighting.
We're just fighting again, and that's aiming, getting into melee range of an auto-attacking.
Hey, Barrel got the Herald.
Yeah, he did. Guess what Nongshim got? 3 kills. Definitely better than the Heralds. And Nongshim, you know, this is what I was saying with my prediction, you know, earlier on. The one win that goes to Nongshim is that DK they have a game like this.
Don't do a chronicler.
It just happens, you know. I saw the lines ahead of time.
Don't do a chronicler and start bringing up your predictions and how you saw the lines.
I saw the line. I'm just saying.
We're gonna have to hear him talk about it on the desk. So,
I mean, he went for 3-2. So.
Oh man, if it becomes a 3-2, we'll never hear the end.
We're all doomed. Yeah.
Yeah.
This fight, I mean, not much to say about that one.
Yeah, Barrel, it was on 6 HP and he just killed the Rift Herald and then picked up the buff. Yeah, that is, even when he's struggling, Barrel will still just do things like that. He does have an Eclipse now, though. So, let's see what he can do with that.
It's a very fast Wukong, but as you mentioned, this Galio's still tanky, even building AP, and there is the follow-up. Everybody just pressing their buttons on in. The Fear gonna lock down aiming. He is done for. Lucid gets the res, but the rest of his team is dead. Siwu dies. It's a 17th kill over to the side of Nongshim. We're looking for number 18. Might not get it this time, but I think Nongshim are fine either way.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge advantage, and Nongshim are doing everything they need to do with the composition. They are just diving onto aiming and killing him, and basically anyone else they see as well. This game feels pretty shut and done for Nongshim, and Lucid is going to execute eventually.
Will he?
Right?
Will he?
Oh, why did he went out of turret range?
And he went back the way that...
Whatever, it's only Shen gold, right? Right?
It's a very fed Shen.
He is very strong. So this fight, they try and engage initially onto Galio. Barrel dodges the knockup, but he is a level 8 Camille support, so it doesn't really matter. He just passively dies. They kill aiming.
Aiming satcheled aggressively again.
Yeah. I don't think it would have done anything. It might have made him die a little slower, but yes, he is definitely not satcheling defensively. Also, he has gone... What are his aims?
Now I'm really curious. I saw the torch, I'm pretty sure.
That's not new for him.
Yeah.
Torch in a Shadow Flame? Ugh. Yikes.
Yeah.
Well, this has not been a fun Ziggs game from my perspective.
Well, I do think that the DK coaches will have to go back to the drawing board on this one. I mean, they're all here. They know they're all here. Want to deny an Otacon, but now they're just all in position to get dove all together. In goes Gideon. That, guys, this comp plays itself. Press your buttons. Go in. Nongshim, press your buttons and go into the enemy team. Looks like they finally are able to figure out how to do that. The res comes in, and down goes Barrel at the same time. The res doesn't matter. It's just 3 kills over to the side of Nongshim. They are just that far ahead.
Yeah, That did not look like a 10,000 gold lead team fight. Lehen's ulted Kingen instead of the Nocturne who was flying in. Bit of a weird one, but they are very ahead. It doesn't really matter. They win the fight. They get Adakan. Lehen's is taking red buff because you know what? He deserves it.
He deserves it, yeah.
He deserves it.
Oh.
The Showmaker won it.
Fight over the red buff. Okay, the
You can get it quickly!
Oh!
Lehen's got it.
Lehen's got it.
Of course he did.
Deserved.
Yeah,
Deserved.
he deserved it.
Yeah.
He deserved that kill too, but unfortunately
They're
stole
keeping them around. I mean, this could be some shutdowns.
They have Adakan now.
Yeah, that's true. Well, trying to ult out of this one, and now aiming.
Where's your satchel? Where's your satchel?
He doesn't have it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Perhaps shouldn't have used it defensively.
Showmaker on the run.
Guys, you can't use the Hex Gates if you've been damaged within the last couple of seconds. This isn't new.
Oh, the sad teacup.
Hopefully Lehen's takes that kill. Oh.
Okay. We'll play on a Jiru. Do they have the damage? The Cyclone? Another bomb? Oh, he's too fast. Oh, the speed up.
Who's faster?
Oh, the Shen. The Shen is going to win out in the end. Lucid the fake.
Oh, he fakes it.
Fake. He wants the kill.
No,
he wants the 200 gold. And he's got to get it.
All of that for 200 gold. What is going on this game?
Massive.
Aiming.
24-3.
Another little offensive satchel. Yeah.
Well, you don't need satchel against this. It's fine. He's got a rest.
It was a bait. Be in the satchel, so he'll...
Yes.
Yeah.
200 gold.
200 gold.
Baited. Excellently done.
Wait.
Wait.
Oh, he you know what he did? He bought Zhonya's. So he must have had Rocket Bell on like his, these are the actives that, like you know when you have one active, you put it on a button?
Yeah.
And then he must have bought Zhonya's and gone, okay, Zhonya's is on the priority button, Rocket Bell's the other one, and he pressed the wrong one. That's what I'm assuming happened, and
100%.
Unfortunately, he had a little goof. Happens to the best of us. This fight, yeah, like Lehen's ulted on Kingen instead of on the Nocturne, who's obviously going to dive in the backline. A bit odd, but it just doesn't matter. They just don't have it. And like, Zillion ult on the Aatrox, who just dies and then dies again. The 071 Aatrox.
No, wait, hold that thought.
081
Yeah.
Aatrox. I just love how they did this Camille flex to bot lane, and both the Camille and the Aatrox are combined 1, 15, and 2.
Yeah, this is one of the worst swaps I think we've ever seen. That's for sure.
You know,
I can say that with near
sometimes
certainty.
teams do things, and they're like, we could do this. But have they ever stopped to consider should they do this?
Should they do it? I wish they did. I really do.
The answer was no.
Beryl at least considered in that moment. He's like, should I go in? No, I'm not going to.
Oh, but it's genius because they deny 2 top lane picks because now Camille and Aatrox out of the pool. So Lehen's can't play Camille or Aatrox support as he was liable to, obviously.
Yeah.
No.
Still got Cassante, Jace, even Aurora.
I think D+ went into this game expecting to finish it out with a 3-0. So we've got a little bit goofy, a little bit of happy gaming. Wouldn't be a D+ series without a bit of that.
Exactly. That's what I was saying.
Stop chronicling me, please. He's going to say it when it gets to space. He'll be like, I knew this would happen.
Any other 3-1 enjoyers? Any other 3-1 predictors alongside of me?
There is a lot.
I mean, there's no guarantee that DK win from here. But we have seen this before. They've done it in grand finals as well against T1, you know, where they played, what was it, Kassadin, Renekton. It was weird. And then they won the next game.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, we're much better than you, and they just they took the win.
This one's for the funsies. This one's to stress out the fans.
Yeah.
You're not if you don't love them at their worst, you don't deserve them at their best.
Yeah. Not toxic.
Yeah. You can't be a Beryl fan if you don't appreciate him going 1-7-1 on Camille support in playoffs.
Is it better to go 1-7-1 on Elise or Camille?
Ooh. I mean, at least you can still be a Cocoon bot, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's less impressive. Everyone ints on Elise. It's just a thing we've seen. It's only Beryl. By the way, he's 3 levels down on Lehens.
Yeah.
Lehens will just kill him. Look, he's actually, look how much damage he did to him.
Like, they knew they shouldn't go in there, but they're like, you know what? I'm just going to go in anyway.
No, I can guarantee Beryl is right now typing in, okay, Nocturnal at this time, Galio at this time, Shen Ignite at this with.
Yeah, 19 seconds on his death timer.
You know how little gold they get from killing him? Do you think he cares? He'll die when they get 300 gold. He's worth a fraction of that.
Really?
Flash for flash, right?
Yeah, you got another speed up soon.
Speed up Ziggs, make him waddle really fast.
Yeah. Okay, well...
guys, there is a Baron.
Trading flashes with Kennen?
Yeah.
Worth? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, face checking the brush. And yeah, the damage they have is just obscene at this point in time. Beryl's there as well, just to go for number 9. Lucky number 9, he says, as he falls.
You know,
down will go the Baron.
Without Hex Gates, Beryl couldn't have got back that quickly to die again. I think that's the.
He's really min-maxing his death.
He really is. Yeah. A death, so far, a death every 3 minutes.
Yeah, there you go.
But actually, it's past 27 minutes, so he's falling under quota slightly.
Yeah.
If Nongshim end under 30 minutes and he dies one more time, he'll have beaten 3 deaths per minute. So that's your goal right now, Beryl.
I don't think it's 3 deaths per minute, by the way.
Sorry, 1 death every 3 minutes. 1 death every 3 minutes. 3 deaths per minute is impressive even for Beryl.
Yeah, it's like almost 100. They're just going to press their buttons
there he goes.
and go at them. There he goes, 1 in 10. So he's hit number 10, lucky number 10.
Yeah.
And yeah, Nongshim, they take advantage of DK's happy gaming, and they'll take a game down. We'll see if they can take some momentum from this and get something going.
Yeah, and Beryl manages to get more than 1 death every 3 minutes in that game, which is a unique Beryl statistic.
There you go.
We'll be tracking for the rest of the series to see if he breaks that record. Yeah, well, I think Nongshim got a pretty good draft. They had all the tools they needed to play globally and make things happen everywhere on the map. They also got some early momentum. And this Camille support Aatrox top thing did not work at all.
Yeah.
Somewhat disrespectful from D+, but somewhat just who they are as people. And now, yeah, I think I would if I was in solo queue. Hey, but Beryl did more damage than Shiwu did, so something to be said for that. And Lehens nearly did as much damage as like Showmaker and Aiming, not too far off.
Just report Camille Aatrox and move on to the next game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wasn't the most impressive stuff from DK, and now all of a sudden, you know, the 3-2 possibility. It might actually happen for Nongshim. They've got 1 win under their belts. Can they get 2 more? We've got a couple of games potentially to figure that out. We're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be back.
정태야, 내가 이번에 앞에 쪽으로 입을 볼 테니까 이 연결해봐. 빨리 말고 질려고 있을까? 하나, 둘, 셋. 아 지금 까비 야야 지금 무통구 왜 켰어? 아 뭐야 나 본다.
살짝 볼게.
까비 천천히.
보던가.
야 타워쳐 타워쳐. 야 5분 더 타워쳐. 아 싸워 이거 타워쳐. 끝났어. 타워쳐 얘들아. 아 그럼 5초. 타워쳐. 아 타워쳐. 아 나이스. 한번 더 알아라. 아 예. 젠 캐리.
after game 2, we were coordinating D+ as the best in fearless LCK Cup greatness. And Nongshim says, not so fast. They battle back here and make it 2-1. Digon here alongside Wolf and Chronicler. And, you know, if you can't beat it, just steal the strategy. Globals everywhere.
Did Nongshim say no, or did D+ say no?
Yeah, we do have a track record of DK doing this exact thing. Actually, me and Wolf mentioned it, and about the same time Brendan Veldis did. Showmaker did, if I remember correctly, blind Kassadin. This was game 3 in the finals, then they got clapped because you cannot blind Kassadin. And you also cannot try to flex Camille out of what is admittedly a bad matchup, and then replace it with Aatrox, and then also the Camille was laning into Shen, which, like, that's not good, and that's not even going into the fact that there's lane swaps. And I think that this is the unfortunate reality of a team like DK, where they do a lot of fun stuff. Sometimes we try to outsmart ourselves a little bit too much, and then you end up with a comp that just doesn't really do a whole lot.
Yeah, they could have just played like Leona and just tried to keep the Ziggs stable. And I don't know, there were other things they definitely could have done in this draft. On the other hand, obviously, Nongshim leaning into the style that we found they found great success with. We really enjoyed the success of with the Galio, right? The Camille was stolen away. They played that. They played the Shen. They like to pile on. They had the Nocturne in this case as a bit of a flex with the Camille taken away. And this is what Nongshim is so incredibly good at, but they're not going to have it for the rest of this series.
It's also actually, it was very smart because you have double globals, your side laning threat is amazing, you have Sivir who can wave clear, and then you have both Galio who build additional sources of AP, so he went for AP build as both the tank, and then the Cannon went for AD, right? So he remains a side lane threat, and your team fighting is slightly worse, but I do think if the game wasn't completely blown up in the first like 10-15 minutes like it was, then DK's 5v5 is actually where they can beat you. But you just never have to opt into that because of how strong your side lanes are with those globals.
Well, in that game, Ziggs was selected, and we do have the wonderful connoisseur of Ziggs here today in the building. And I can't quite see, those stars don't look colored in at all.
Oh,
that's
he's
right.
getting Comic Sans!
That's right. Ox giving it a 0 out of 5 or out of anything. I'm not sure what was worse, the build or the satchels.
Any further thoughts?
I mean, I feel like the build was terrible. Okay, he went the Blackfire Torch, so he's just not doing that much damage compared to Ludens. He went Shadow Flame, like, are you trying to burst targets, or are you trying to shred targets? It doesn't make sense. And then the satchels, there's a Nocturne in every game. You know Nocturne's going to ult you.
Guys,
So save the satchel
about this.
defensively.
Yeah.
You can use it defensively.
Can we cut? There we go.
Man yells at Yordle, yeah. I don't know.
He was talking about him for half of the game!
Yeah, that
I
was.
don't know why
had to.
he had to
He had to.
interject to say it again. Let's talk about some of the gameplay itself, though. Let's go into Fisher being the global guys. Kennen, even though he doesn't have a lot of AP damage when he's going for lethal tempo, still stuns people, still sets up dives. And then over here, again, just like in the last game, except this time it's D+, you're like, ooh, things are going bad on the other side of the map. Let's try to make a play on cross map. Good flash here. Unfortunately, though, you know,
it looks so promising here.
It does look like it could be really good. Obviously, Wukong's great in the Sivir because the Spell Shield only stops one tick of that knockup, but then it persists.
And I want to highlight, Fisher literally does the play top, then runs down.
He runs.
Like he doesn't, he just walked all the way over.
And we didn't show the part of the highlight where Wukong tried to flash and got hit by the center of the Q and just blew up because it is AP Galio in this game, so he does do a lot of damage, but his ability to actually impact both sides of the map, really, really important for this draft. And I think D+ could have won this game if they 5v5 or if they respected the globals a little bit more. I think we have a term for this in the LCK. We like to call it happy gaming. And happy gaming in a best of 5 is often happy until it's sad. And that was, I feel like, pretty much how you could sum up this entire game.
Yeah, we will very quickly know whether this was a happy game or the start of something very bad. In case of, if the next game starts similarly, I'd be a bit worried, particularly for Xiu is obviously still very young. And this Aatrox just didn't feel like it hit the mark. I think part of that is also one of those matchups where it's already hard, and then you fall behind, but you didn't know you were playing in the cannon. So I feel like that makes me a little worried as we go deeper into the best of 5, and we'll have to see if they can adjust for that in game 4.
I think when we move into game 4 and potentially a game 5, the Fearless bans really favor D+, because yeah, that was a weird draft for them in the last game. It didn't really work out, but they have that depth, whereas Nongshim have used a lot of their big tools right now. I think the only one that really stands out in my mind as a pick they haven't used yet that they found a ton of success with is the Elise. That's it. And they're kind of otherwise out of all the things that made them so great leading up to this moment.
Well, we'll see if it was just a little blip on the radar or if there's more than just that. Again, 2-1 is the score right now. Got to get to 3. And D+ could make a bunch of 3-1 predictors very happy, or we could all of a sudden have a series on our hands that no one expected. The reverse sweep on the cards. Let's find out as we get into game number 4.
Thanks, Spacers, for the breakdown as we're getting ready for game number 4. You can do it. We can do it, this says. And maybe they can. You just opened up the series, right? It was looking kind of like a 3-0. And then, with one fell swoop, one game, all of a sudden, you begin to believe, if you are a Nongshim fan, or you just say, well, DK kind of messed that up, they're probably going to take game 4, which is kind of, I think, the camp that most of us are in for now. If Nongshim in game 4, though, then I think it's all up in the air, and you have no idea, we will have no idea who's going to win game 5. But we need to see what the gameplay looks like in game number 4, and which side will they go towards? Will be blue?
Well, now you see they've fallen into the trap of Nongshim. Because you remember...
Blue side, best side?
In game 1, I said Nongshim have removed Skarner and Kalista from the pool. So the red side team no longer needs to ban them. They were gone in game 1. Nongshim are on red side and presumably will be on red side for the rest of the series if they win this game. Otherwise, it won't be a rest of the series. So now they don't have to ban Kalista and Skarner. This was the long gambit. They knew they would go down 2-0 in reverse sweep. They planned it ahead, right? Every misplay they made in game 1 and 2 wasn't. You don't get it, Brendan. It was intentional to get to this point.
I see.
This is what Fearless Drafters has brought out in these teams. You know, it's about the long game. It's about the series, not the games.
It's a whole new level of strategy. We're going deeper into the Fearless strategy as we come along. There's still some stuff that really needs looks, you know, in terms of bans here. You know, the Vi's another one. Zyra's been looked at many times. Xin Zhao got banned on blue side by Nongshim in the last game. I don't know if you necessarily have to ban that one, but...
Yeah, Nongshim banned Mel for 2 games, then didn't ban Mel, and it didn't get played. Do they ban Mel again? Do they not ban Mel? Who knows? Probably a Vi ban here.
Against Lucid, I'd say
pretty safe
100%.
Bet. If you don't ban Vi, he is first picking Vi. He was slamming that immediately. 100%. No doubt.
Maybe even 110%.
Yeah. And you don't really have a Xayah or a... Xayah or Ezreal to kind of pick to have a bit more safety. So, yep. Vi banned. Gnar first pick. Shiru. They're like, sorry we messed you about. You can have Gnar. Unless they might flex it to support. They could flex the Gnar support and then, you know, give Shiru another pick. They are known to do that with top lane picks.
Yeah.
Probably not, though. Probably not. Do you remember that interview years ago? I think when Matha said, oh, what's the pick do you think might be sleeper for support? And he said Gnar.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did he say that?
He did. This was in like season 4 or 5. And I don't think they're going to do that. I really hope they don't. Anyway, Silas Lee Sin comes out from Nongshim, so Fisher and Gideon want to pop off. Varus, feels weird to see Varus this late in a Fearless series. But Eamon will pick that up. Undoubtedly going to be the poke Varus. Doesn't have a satchel to throw and to waste defensively.
Yes, that's helping him rather than hurting him.
Yes, I didn't mention that enough, so I just thought I needed to bring it up.
Yeah, thank you. The Silas into Gnar I really like.
I do as well. It's
immediate lock-in.
You know what's the funny thing? So Gnar's ult has an AP ratio, right? And a while ago they buffed the AP ratio. And I remember this patch, and I'm like, that is never... Gnar, the only way that affects Gnar is if he gets like Baron or something. Yeah. But every Silas player was looking at that and licking their lips. And it's just like, it was already a good ult to steal because you're not gated by the fact you have to be a Mega. But now it's just even better. And it turns out it's going to be top lane Sylas. So not just, I mean, I was thinking like mid lane Sylas, you still have the great ult
Support
option.
Sylas.
You know, wouldn't put it past them. The fact of the matter is, there's a Sylas. It's probably not going mid or jungle, we can say that for sure. It's probably going top, it could go support. That's what we know. Azir going to come in as well. I guess just a bit of comfort before more mid laners are banned out. I feel like the composition of D+ isn't necessarily like a we want to dive you composition. So yeah. I remember they banned it in game 2 because it would have been really effective with D+'s composition because they were playing like a defensive kiteback. But yeah, I mean, it's Azir. It's a fine pick. Banning away the Talia and D+. This can especially happen later in a best of 5. If we look at the support so far, Poppy, Nautilus, Rakan, Alistar, Camille, Shen, Leona picked, Rel banned. Really running out of those engaged supports that you can play. You gotta remember Maokai was also picked, so don't even have that as an option.
Beryl is popping off right now, by the way. He's got a lot to say. Probably talking about this final ban. Blitzcrank
yeah.
also available. There's the Braum. So if Lens wanted to go for comfort, could be a way. I don't know about Blitzcrank and a Leona, but you know,
yeah.
Dininar, Varus.
In terms of like the melee engages, it kind of is just
Taric.
Blitz. Taric more of a defensive pick. You could pick it, you know.
Sure.
So we'll lock it in. This did get played in the LPL recently. I think it was game 5 of BLG against TT. On picked it, and I'm pretty sure they lost that game by like they were like 10k goal behind at 13 minutes.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's a pick. One of the problems is though Taric into Pope, Varus, and a LeBlanc.
Yeah.
One of the things with Taric is you want people to dive into you and to stay in the fight, right? You want the fight to extend so your ult gets value. If LeBlanc jumps in, one-shots your AD carry and jumps out again, Taric has literally 0 value. If Varus just fires an arrow at your AD carry and doesn't engage, again, Taric has low value, so doesn't feel like the ideal pick in this scenario. LeBlanc Viego going to come out, and we get the Aphelios for Giroud. This is another pick where, again, if D+ had a composition where, like, they were all diving into you,
yeah,
this would make a lot of sense. Like Nongshim's comp in game 2, or even Nongshim's comp in game 3, the comp they have now would counter those very well.
Yeah.
I just think the problem with D+'s comp is it's very non-committal. There's a lot of poke. How are you supposed to force D+ to fight you? Because your engage is kind of limited to like streamer shuffles or Lee Sin insect kicks. I guess like Sylas diving in.
It's Sylas with the better Gnar ultimate, and
the thing is like,
sure, but
you can kill Beryl, but he kind of thrives on that. But like everyone else has mobility. I don't know. I don't think that Nongshim's comp is inherently bad, but I think it doesn't do well into what D+ has.
Wake up! She already bought tickets to first stand.
Wow.
That's what that says.
Dedication.
There you go. Expecting DK to make it. And you know what? At this point, they are the favorites.
I gotta be honest, a D+ fan who already bought tickets to first stand, like, you know, that's cool. Good that you support them. A Nongshim fan who bought tickets to first stand, that I can respect.
That's real.
That's real. Real hustle.
Well, this looks like a pretty good comp on the side of DK. On the side of Nongshim, could have been a good comp against a different type of comp. We'll see if they can make it work. If their lanes work out, maybe they can. Let's jump out of the rift for game number 4. Game number 4.
Yeah, if I had to use an analogy for how the draft kind of panned out, there's this game, you might have heard of it, it's called Rock, Paper, Scissors. And I feel like Nongshim were like, you know what? I love Rock. Rock's so good. It beats Scissors. It's so effective. And then D+...
Are you making a Simpsons reference
D+
again?
started drafting Paper, and Nongshim were like, well, you know, good old Rock always wins.
Always wins.
And it's perfect because they have the Paper Man himself in Viego.
They do.
To be fair, I don't think it's that bad. Like, this comp is definitely playable for Nongshim. I just think that, like, it's not the bot lane. I just don't think does ideally into what D+ has picked.
Yeah, I mean, following up with the final pick of Aphelios, like, yeah, it can work with Taric in many scenarios when there's people diving into you. Like, we've been over this, but yeah, here I think you're going to need a bit more to make it actually work. Jiu might have to play very safe, especially if Showmaker gets fed. Electrocute buffed, right? Just playing LeBlanc is Showmaker, so he's going to get a lot of value out of that. And you know, he was hovering stuff like the Mel. The Mel is like okay, and then you saw Victor, and I'm like, oh no, not like this. But the LeBlanc makes a lot of sense. Just waiting for the Showmaker LeBlanc.
Yep,
this is a great spot to pull it out in.
Gonna be hard to deal with, especially if he gets the ball rolling. And as you said, the electrocute is just so obnoxious with the buffs that came through on this patch. G1 Lehen's going to have pressure level 1. Taric actually very strong level 1 into melee champions. You can just kind of spam your abilities. Like if you have the heal, you can just like heal, auto, heal, auto forever. And just beat every other support up. Every melee support.
Yeah.
Even Leona. Leona who like, if you get in a melee range, like Leona's level 1 is not like exceptionally strong because she doesn't have a combo. But if you're a melee champion, her Q is such a short cooldown, it's normally not fun, but Taric is that guy.
The flash on in, Fisher, he can't get away! It's just a solo kill, Showmaker! He's putting on a show for us on his LeBlanc.
You know, sometimes I feel like when changes happen to runes, like it takes a little bit of time for players to adjust, to like calculate how much damage.
Always.
Nope, not for Showmaker. He knows, he's already very aware of how much damage he has. Exactly enough. Finds that beautiful solo kill onto Fisher. It's not a good start for Nongshim fans.
Okay, maybe a good start in the top lane. The chains are connected.
If that had hit, could have just... Gideon's here. Oh,
just queued the wrong way. No, he's...
Lucid's there, yeah, he's like,
wrong direction, Gideon.
Do I want to flip the game at level...
Absolutely.
3? And Gideon decides no.
I don't see why not. Flipping games is very fun. It's kind of like flipping tables.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Lehens is going to get the Eclipse out of barrel. And we got Lucid here.
You know what's funny? Is he built Eclipse last game on...
He did, yeah.
I feel like maybe Leona should send a DMCA to Boris for stealing the name of her ability for the Iron.
Yeah. It's a good idea.
Yeah.
Leona was unfortunately there after Boris, so...
Yeah, but the IP, like the Eclipse, like the item, the Eclipse came a lot later, you know? It's not about which entity came first, come on. This is basic trade, basic copyright law. Keep it up, Brendan.
Sorry. I know I'm sounding like Chronicler a lot today, but...
Toss.
Got him.
Man, so much damage from the electrocute as well.
This is my LeBlanc, is what he said. I mean...
That is true.
He was waiting, like he was hovering it a couple of times this whole series, and I'm like, oh, this is a pretty good spot. But then this spot hits, and I'm like, oh, this is the spot. Like he was just waiting. He was just waiting for that perfect spot.
And the thing is, he hasn't killed Fisher again, but he might as well have when you look at the gold lead, because he's just been forcing him out of lane, zoning while farm, and he now... You know, I feel like if a LeBlanc doesn't get ahead in lane, it's not the end of the world, right? You can still make a lot of impact if you're just not behind on LeBlanc. If you're farmed, you can find a fight to clean up and stuff. But if a LeBlanc is ahead, it's just over, you know? It is so hard to play against, so obnoxious. So I think Nongshim need to find a solution to this issue quickly, because right now... Oh, that's the solution. They're just going to swap their bot lane mid. You know what? It's not a bad solution. Lehens will lane against Showmaker. And I guess Jiu is there too.
Jiu is there. You know, I think there are a lot of ways where Showmaker can just go in and chunk Jiu, though. And there's, like, not much that Lehens can do outside of healing, right?
Yeah.
So this is what we talked about. It's like a small example of what you might see in the future. Unless Showmaker wants to just, you know, go ahead and face check the brush. He's still a Blanc, but he does get chunked out a bit.
Even that, with them landing the stun and landing the root, Showmaker just loses like 40% of his health and dashes away.
He's got refillable. just ran out, actually. TP's coming in, so he's going to land the chains here. I don't know about this TP as Meganar finally hits, but not very well timed from Shiwu. And now, Lucid, though, meanwhile, he's like, yeah, I knew that was going to happen. I'm just going to come in here and steal one grub.
Why did he TP in there? I'm wondering. I mean, I know why he wanted to be top, but why did he TP there specifically is what I'm wondering. I mean, clearly they want grubs.
Asserting dominance.
Yes. He wanted to, he like, watch these guys think they can kill me. Perfect Meganar timing, baited them.
And Fisher is just catching up in gold as this happens.
Yeah, so given a window for Fisher to get back in the game a little bit, which is obviously good for Nongshim. Yeah, it's a very strange passage of play. I kind of, they're not going to replay it because he didn't die, but I kind of want to see it again, just because I'm like, what addition? I need additional. I need to watch it back and be like, why? What was going through his mind?
He was about to hit Meganar. That was pretty much it.
Simple. It could just be that simple.
And he TP's in, he's like, oh, I'm not Meganar, and now I'm almost dead. And then he hits Meganar.
That is a description of what happened, thank you.
I mean, you wanted to know what happened, so I just
no, but I wanted to see with my eyes.
No.
Not
important.
Should have seen it the first time.
I was watching. That's why I was able to explain it to you.
I mean, I was watching, but I was also talking, you know? It's different.
Imagine talking on a broadcast. Why would you ever do that?
Yeah, really.
Yeah. So this lane up here, I mean, it's not that fun for Shiwu. It's just kind of getting bullied a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the matchup go in different directions. I've seen the Gnar have pressure, but early on, it's just like, if the Silas is good, it's the constant threat of being able to dash in on you. It's kind of a similar thought process to like a Reliant to Gnar, which we saw Doran play and do horrifically on the other day. But it's the same sort of thought process that you can like threaten those all-ins, but the second you make a mistake...
All right. Okay, well, the hijack was 2 seconds away.
As I was saying, the second you make a mistake, you can either be punished by Meganar, case in point, or just Mini-Gnar can kind of run you down, especially as he gets late in the game and gets a bit more damage. Like, it won't be as fun later on for Kingen in the side lane, but for now, doing pretty good. But yeah, things have not been progressing too quickly, and that lead from Showmaker about the same, but if you're maintaining a lead and the game is getting later, it's not as relevant.
Yeah. Well, if there's one player who I trust to make waves on LeBlanc, it's Showmaker.
Yeah.
This guy, in recent years especially, like, there's definitely other players, other mid laners in the LCK that are fantastic at this pick as well, but Showmaker in recent years is the guy for me.
Especially in a game like this, because not only do they not have great tools to like immediately deal with the LeBlanc and catch him out, but also the tankiest person on Nongshim is probably going to be either Fisher or Lehens.
Yeah.
Like, it is all
Fisher.
squishies. It is all squishies across the board. So Showmaker, sometimes you have these games where it's like difficult to get onto the one target you really want to hit. I don't really think Showmaker needs to be picky. He can just hit anyone, and he'll probably do a ton of damage.
Yeah, and there's not really a lot of recourse, which is the main thing we talked about during draft. It's not like, oh, Showmaker's going to go in and you're going to like chunk him out in a big way, or you're going to root him and really have a lot of threats. It's like, no, he kind of just does whatever he wants, and you just kind of have to sit there and take it. Like, yeah, maybe a Gravitum hit, and then he roots him miles away. As long as Showmaker is playing well, you're never really in danger on this LeBlanc of getting caught. So he has a lead. No dragons have been taken yet. It was just DK who got the grubs.
It's a Hextech dragon, so no more Hex Gates this time.
So Barrel's not going to have his same death count, is what you're talking about.
It's impossible for him to match that.
Yeah.
You know, the Hex Gates were a key component. It's just bad RNG.
Yeah, 10 is a pretty large number, so I'd say, you know, pretty difficult in general. And Siu, just gonna take a nice little ride. Gideon not able to get behind him there.
Yeah, I mean, the minion wave was thinning out. Barrel was moving over, and they actually, I think they had vision of him. You could have, like, R-flashed as Gideon and, like, kicked him back, like, and got his dash out of him, but it would be a heavy commit that might backfire, so don't end up doing more, but now D+ just,
Yeah, engaging here straight onto the Taric, and now he's going to drop his ult, but it's a little bit too little too late as Lucid goes in, and now he's Taric himself, brings a jungler with him. Meanwhile, she was just doing the grubs for some reason.
Because he wants the grubs.
I mean, he got one.
Yeah, there you go. A a lot committed to get that pick on the Lahens. King and Town got a TP in, and I think with Mega Nargon, with all those tools expended, D+ don't feel the need to stay around. Nongshim will be able to get 2 grubs as a result, but you know they won't get the full contribution to the Feat of Strength. And I think D+ are happy with the gold. Although it did go to Barrel.
What do you mean?
Which,
Best target.
depending who you are, yeah, you know. I feel like this team's very competitive because you have Aiming, who's the gold king, Showmaker and Lucid both be picking up a lot of kills, and then you have Barrel, who just sometimes he just wants the kills. I mean, he kind of got it passively there with the Ignite, you know.
Yeah.
But not much they can do. Again, to keep them in the fight, that's the problem. You know, they get a kill, they get out, they disengage, and you just don't have something to lock them into staying in range of you.
Yeah. I really like how Lucid in that fight, he turned into Tarek. He's like, oh, I'm Tarek. I'm ulting away now. I don't do anything.
My favorite is like...
I think he healed himself.
You see a difference between like Viego players. Back when he was like really meta and played all the time. The Viego players, you could clearly play, like maybe they play a ton of ARAMs, they can play every champion or whatever. And no matter what champion they get, they seem kind of comfortable. And then my favorite was when like they'd get like an Ezreal, and they'd just fire all his abilities, miss all of them, E, and then ult.
Yeah.
Like W miss, Q miss, oh man, just E, oh, I'm gone, I'm done. And it would be like a fed Ezreal as well. It would be like, you could do so much staying as the Ezreal for a bit. Nope.
Nope.
I don't know how to play this champ. I'm out. Later.
Yeah. He had the burst damage from the ult too. You know, it's an angle. DK got an angle on a just very free Drake. Hextech Drake, Ocean next. Maybe we get the buffed Chemtech. Very much looking forward to that.
Wow, can't wait.
We did get that the other day. It was on the Rift. I don't know if it was secured. I kind of, for some weird reason, the
Brendan, it's been buffed by 2%. How could you not notice if it'd been secured? Yeah. That's 2% but it's less damage and
2
more damage done when they're below 50% HP.
Because it affects 2 different multipliers. Right?
Yeah, so I guess it's 4% if you think about it that way.
It is, yeah.
Aiming just Q backwards. It was a zoning Q. In case there was like a Nico sneaking up behind him. There could have been a Teemo there.
Yeah.
He needed to know.
All right, well, in terms of checking, we're doing it again. The phase check comes in, and Tarek's dead again. Lahen's just bullied, because if you're phase checking and you're Tarek, you have lock, but you're not that tanky, right? So you go in and you just get CC'd 100-0. You never get a chance to even use your ult.
I think I would have rather seen the Blitzcrank, honestly. And that's saying something, because I don't think it's even... It's okay. It's okay. You can grab the Varus, right?
Yeah. It's not even that kind of a Blitzcrank angle. It's like an okay one, and yeah, I think it would have been better.
But Lahens has definitely picked Blitzcrank in worse situations.
Yeah. It's better than going 0-2 on Tarek.
I think maybe the reason he didn't go Blitzcrank is because the team doesn't really have any setup.
Yeah.
They really could have gone for some setup.
He could have picked something that gave his team setup, you know?
Yeah, maybe. I think the problem was leaving support till after the second round of bans. And this is fearless, right? You get later into the draft, some roles start to get pinched.
Yeah.
You're not like fully cognizant of which they are. We saw D+ secure the Leona and then go and target support, so now Lahens is on the receiving end of it. He definitely got to play the game there.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I feel like ult wouldn't really have helped him, and he would have just been his ult, which is a really long cooldown. So I'm not saying he should have ult, but he just didn't have a time to, really, in that situation. Just stunned the whole time before he died.
Oh, Shu. There you go. He's got the better Gnar to go down, and that is a huge amount of execute damage coming out from Gideon there. They're not going to be able to land the stun here to the Viego. But they're certainly bullying Siu quite a bit, or at least trying to. They finally get the kill on him here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice setup from King in there, and Gideon there to follow up, but unfortunately not going to find more. Although, to be fair, even if the stun had landed from Lahens, Lucid has ult, so you'd have just been that, you wouldn't have killed him. They are posturing for a dive. This seems bold.
Yeah, it's almost like they wanted to siege the turret, but then Beryl just kind of ran at them, and they're like, oh, well, we can't do this.
I don't think he dive at Leona, is all I'm going to say.
No. Aiming. Oh, there's the slow. Uh-oh. Jihu, rather, has to cleanse. And just like that, aiming, just securing
Not so
summoner
fun
spells.
playing.
Oh, he's so dead.
He's so
Wait, why is he going that way? He's just going in to die. He just got spotted. He's like, oh, I should be fine. Let me do the Raptors. No, you're dead. Okay, well, now we're trying to dive here.
Barrel is there.
Barrel's there. Lucid's there.
It feels like Nongshim is so tunneled on, let's just kill the Gnar again and again
Yeah,
and again.
the orange buff.
Yeah.
You gotta secure it.
They've only got Gnar once, but yeah, I don't think the Aphelios angle was fantastic here. And
They're still going.
they have to kill Gnar. He's nearly mega. Well, let's kill him even quicker.
Oh wait, Leona's still here. We have to back. Uh-oh.
What's funny is that like Lucid's, he's on the map. He's doing stuff. They're like, Beryl, you just handle this, okay? Beryl is fine. He's got this.
Yeah. Aiming's just farming mid.
And farming G with summoners.
Yeah.
To the replay of this one. So steals the ult, gets the chains. Just a nice setup. Flash comes through too late. And then we'll probably see what happened.
잡았다. 앞에 로펠. 앞에 로펠.
Like,
Aphelios Snow Flash.
크랙.
Said crack.
did he think like Grump had hit the scrying, the
Yeah, I don't
scrying
know.
plant?
Yeah.
Maybe one of the Raptors, he's like, oh, the Raptors take scrying plants now? That's really neat.
I didn't see that change in the patch notes. Like, patch change all the time, you know? Could be anything. Maybe it was Otacon. I heard he's new, you know?
When Atacon spawns, he procs all the scrying plants nearby.
Yeah.
Maybe it was... You know
Maybe
what?
it's a Chemtech Soul feature.
Actually, I just said something so stupid, Brendan.
I'm not surprised.
I said Grump took it, but Grump isn't even in that side of the jungle.
Not even over there.
So it would have to be Raptors or it would have to be Krugs. So...
Yeah, Raptors are closest.
Excuse me for being silly.
Maybe he thought it was Raptor from B&K.
Yeah. It was in fact Showmaker. I'm glad we got to the bottom of that. He wanted to find out. He wanted to go look and see. And he found out it was Showmaker.
They're just doing Dragon here. It's just an Ocean Drake, but we got TP coming in. And Nongshim, this is the right call. Just run away. Solar Flare. And they've successfully run away.
You know, Lahans, I think Merctrez would be a good buy for you. I think you should invest.
Chains coming down. Bit of damage. Gonna catch Fisher. Fisher just standing his ground. They've got inner track onto the mid lane, and they should be able to take down this turret as well.
Okay, they're actually getting stuff done.
Nicely done.
They do lose a tower on return, but taking a dragon, stalling out the soul, stacking from D+. Okay, King's looking for now, but Beryl is bot, and you can't say you didn't expect this because he's been bot for about 10 minutes.
Well, Kingen able to steal it once again, and now Beryl is here, but there's 4 members from Nongshim going up against 1 Meganar, and I think, yeah.
That was a very unnecessary flash, is all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
And they commit so heavily towards the bot side. Now, Fisher struggling to hold on here. They do trade towers. But Herald's going to get a second charge.
Yep.
But still, Nongshim making some practice plays. It's good. They're showing life.
Yeah, their Lee Sin is getting fed. He's still behind Viego, even though he has 2 kills. And yeah, we're just backing in the middle of the lane.
Gio is
totally fine.
He's living life on the edge this game. That's all I can say. Yeah, so we obviously saw what happened the first time round, but I'm pretty sure he was in ult range, and then he was like. What?
It's a misclick, 100%.
It must be a misclick.
There's zero reason to flash there.
I mean, I guess he pressed E and then he pressed F, which is next to each other, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they're finding Beryl.
All right, they're going to get Beryl here. You know, they have finally done that. Now we got the Tark ultimate, maybe some value. No, the Lee Sin just goes down, and Lucid is just going into another player as this is happening. That's another kill onto the Aphelios. No way for him to get away. The chains just go wide from Kingen, and the flash comes on in from the real Gnar to secure this fight win for the side of DK. Even a slow to come in. Another stun as well onto Kingen. And there's just no hope for him. Aiming, diving the Azir turret, but this Viego will not be stopped. And when the Viego just gets to do whatever he wants, I guess he's not Paperman after all. And Fisher gets away for now.
You know what? We were talking... Oh.
For now, I said. Oh, the chains missed.
That was a close one.
I love how the fans were like cheering for the clone dying. They're like, oh no!
They'll take anything they can get.
Let's gonna die.
Yeah, so Barrel doing Barrel things, but survives for a long time being
Baiting.
Leona. He is baiting. Yeah, and then you know how before I was talking about how some Viego players, they can't play all the champions. Lucid, actually pretty good at Lee Sin, surprisingly enough.
Lee Sin.
So a pretty good option there, and then just the momentum you have from this Viego. Even here, gets like both targets, gets the root in, and then the oh, Lehendra just won.
Yep, this is just gonna happen. Lehen says, Beryl, I could do you one better. I saw you in that last game, but...
He's like, wait, Beryl dies and they win the team
beer.
fight? It's my...
Oh, no.
Man.
Oh, he's got Flash. Can he get out? He's got Gideon nearby. He's actually just fighting Lucid. As Showmaker came on over. He was able to sustain up enough so that Lucid couldn't quite get the execute.
Well, now they are looking at Arakan. They're not doing it, they are looking at it respectfully.
Yes.
And then backing away.
Slowly. Banshee Veil here for Showmaker.
Yeah, so if you thought you were catching Showmaker out before, it's not happening, okay?
Yeah.
He's basically untouchable. I honestly think
it's really just for the Silas.
I honestly think it's the wrong call to buy. I actually think there's no reason to build it when you could just build more damage, but he is really untouchable now.
He's gonna get Majai's next, so.
He could have got Majai's before, though.
He could have. But instead, he's just gonna kill Gideon anyway. Because you know what? League is a 5-man game. It's a 5v5. He's got teammates. He's got aiming there, who's got three items. So, I mean, yeah, they're lethality items, but whatever. Gets in, does the extra damage that Showmaker's missing from having the item. That is not a damage item.
Recall stop from Beryl.
Worth?
He knows they're there.
Sees them, yeah.
Just see them. They're like, oh, we're so sneaky. We have a control with this brush.
They'll never see this coming.
They don't know.
They're like, yeah, okay, well, we're just gonna push bot.
Okay. Well, Dragon just won now. But with it being on the opposite side of the map to Arakan, I don't think either team wants to commit too heavily towards it. Ah, yes, it's that time of the game.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the chakrams, right? He's doing a decent amount of damage to the Arakan, but TP are coming in.
He lost the chakrams.
Yeah, he did.
He's green-blue.
Yeah, this is maybe the worst combo.
Guys?
You don't have the damage, but he's going to use his ult onto only Beryl as well. Well, there you go. The Taric ult landed onto Lehen's. He was able to get it down. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite matter here as finally they break through the Banshee Veil. Will they be able to kill Showmaker? The answer is always no. As, yeah, started up the Arakan, felt pretty desperate. DK comes up and punishes very quickly.
You know, I think I would have preferred if they just picked Smolder. Just
18
double down.
stacks on Majai's already here for Showmaker.
Yeah, he's stacking that quickly. I guess who needs a second damage item? You can just go Banshee's Majai's.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's just never going to lose his Majai's. They have Lucid to do the Arakan and keep it leash, so they can just dive while they get it.
I think he might have just been able to channel the recall because he had the Bloodthirster shield. I think he should have just kept channeling, but he went to dodge, so... Anyway, yeah, Gideon survives for all of about a couple of seconds, and then doesn't. And then here, you know, Gio has...
In live.
We don't get to see it.
Yeah.
Fights are happening. I mean, D+ are low, but they do have Arakan buff.
Yeah. Might be able to get one of them, but the flash is clean, and Kingan's getting pretty low. They get the one. There is a kill, though, for Siwoo. He does pick that one up. Aiming's got no mana, so he's going to go down as well. So they pick up a decent amount of gold. Do Nongshim.
Showmaker's looking for more Medjai stacks. Specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they got a little bit of gold from that. It's not looking good for Nongshim. You know, that is my professional analysis of the situation.
This whole series has been like, okay, one team gets a lead and they just absolutely rip the other team to shreds. It has not been...
I mean, I feel like game 3 and 4 have been more one-sided than game 1 and 2. In game 1 and 2, we weren't particularly close.
Well, we were talking about this in game 2. We're like, I think game 2 was more one-sided than game 1. Like, we were having debates about those two games, and then we'd be like, oh, little did we know.
Incomparable. Not even the same tier.
They could be outdone. Oh, man. Well,
loses a
little
buff. Yeah, okay.
drive-by.
It's a tilter.
It's just one of those games.
Next game will be better.
Yeah.
Nongshim.
And this is the thing. I mean, we're here. It's playoff round 2. You have a second life. So Nongshim, I mean, there's certainly a lot to learn from the series, I feel like.
Yeah, and D+ are, I think...
Especially in the drafting department.
Yeah, I mean, I felt this way coming out of groups. After seeing this performance, I think it's pretty clear. D+ are our strongest team right now. Nongshim, losing to them, treat it as a learning experience. You did get a game win, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe you send some crazy play to bring this one back, but it's looking pretty cooked right now.
I don't think they're going to send crazy plays, the coach.
I
actually don't think he's allowed to play.
I think Lehens will do something goofy. I want to see what it is, though. I'm interested. He's kind of slacking, though. At this point, last game, Beryl had 9 deaths. All right? Lehens only has 5?
Only 5!
We're closing in on when Beryl had 10 deaths.
And the top laner also had... What was it? He had like 8.
8, yeah.
I think he stayed on 8.
So, like, you know...
He was not quite the same breed.
Beryl and Shiwu had like 18 deaths between them at 27 minutes. Nongshim have 8
Slacking.
between their top and support.
Slacking.
Really, just... That's the difference.
Lucid has been such a menace on this Viego. Nobody can lock him down. It's crazy. I mean, they just don't really have a lot of CC. It's... Okay, Lucid, don't take what I said like too far out of context. You can't just do whatever you want, as maybe he can. The Taric ultimate comes in. Beryl is tanking up so much. He's still alive, finally. They do get him. The kick is nice on a Lucid, but okay, that's a kill. Over to Jiwoo. He picks up 1. That's a shutdown.
Yeah, good amount of gold. It's a jungle for jungle, support for support trade. And pretty good from Nongshim. Beryl got like the 3-man stun there with the ult. But Nongshim did finally get the Taracle off. And the thing is, right, I said there's nothing to keep D+ in the fight. Like, they can engage, wait for the Taracle, and disengage. But you know what's working against them? Their gold lead. Because they're so far ahead, they don't do that. They just stay in the fight. They're like, guys, I don't care if they have Taracle.
Yeah.
We're really strong. And that kind of backfired a little bit here. Because, yeah, the Taracle comes down, they kite back a little bit, but then they're still like, you know, we're still here. We're still trying to make things happen. They do burst after it, but unfortunately, Lucid gets a bit too deep. They could have just disengaged and just let Beryl die, but they're like, no, we try to find something more. Give over a couple of shutdowns. We didn't lose the Magi stacks in Showmaker, though. He's now got Void staff, and he's 24 stacks. He is... I want to see what we can do.
He's pretty Void stacked, if you know what I mean. Gonna land the chains here. Yep, that's Lehens really trying to up his quota, and he's gonna deny it. Actually.
That was the last stack for Medjai's. You know, he had Celestial opposition, so we didn't really get to see like the full extent of what Showmaker's burst is.
Maybe Gideon gets going for number 7. I thought he was just gonna send it.
Yeah, a little bit reluctant.
Yeah.
There's a Gideon right there.
Well,
oh man, he can steal this.
No, they're just gonna totally pull off of it. Entirely pull off. The stun comes in. Perfect timing for the burst damage. Very nicely coordinated there. As finally Fisher trying to do something. And instead he's just going to Zhonya's in the face of 3 guys that can burst him down. That's the Baron. And yep, 25 stacks now for the side of Showmaker. He is just doing insane amounts of damage. And you can't get away from him. The chains land perfectly. And the Gnar is gigantic as well. DK, they want to send a message on their way out of this one. Kingen was just bot lane, hanging out, and didn't even bother to TP.
I get it. I don't think I would either. Kingen's like, you know what? It's double a limb. Live to fight another day.
Yeah.
D+, pretty decisive game. I think we knew long before the Nexus explodes which direction it was going in. But definitely, unless.
Yeah.
Well, it looked neat.
It's a lot of purple. Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, I think we had a goofy game 3. Credit to Nongshim. They had a good drafting game 3. Bounced back from a rough series. But overall, this was D+ showing they are definitely still the strongest team in the LCK Cup. You know, Aiming and Lehens, former teammates from that KT roster.
Yeah.
And Aiming and Kingen as well from D+ last year. But yeah, I mean, D+ came in, won a couple of games, goofed about a bit, won a 3rd game, and now they're going through the next stage. And really, the question today was, we haven't seen them for a while. Will they be in the same form? The answer is a firm yes.
It is. It definitely is a firm yes. And now, essentially, they're just waiting for the winner of the next match, which is Gen G and Homalife Esports tomorrow. So make sure you guys aren't missing that one. Will be DK up against the winner of that match, and Nongshim up against the loser. As Showmaker says, yeah, baby. That's right. That's the energy. That's the vibe I got from that one. L for Lucid says thank you very much. Very polite. Lahens as well always does this. Bows to all the fans, even in his losses.
I find it so funny that we had that previous game where they just Shu and Feral just an absurd amount of deaths. Doesn't matter.
They're just having fun.
Just vibes. And you could see in that game they were having a pretty good time. You know, I think this is when D+ look their best. This is when Showmaker's looking great. Is when the vibes are good, and the vibes are impeccable right now for this team.
Yeah.
And hopefully it stays that way. Because I think regardless of whether you're a D+ fan or not, regardless of whether you want them to lose and another team to win, that's what I think everyone enjoys seeing a team like this having a good time. Seeing Showmaker playing well and having a good time. It's just a pleasure. It's a treat to watch.
I do wonder what their two possible opponents take away from the series. I feel like they didn't expose much at the same time. A lot of discussion still going on here even after they're winning Game 4, which was an Omega Stomp. Unless they're still talking about Game 3, which I kind of doubt.
Maybe Showmaker and Aiming are comparing damage, and Aiming's like, look, it's not fair. He has the buffed Electrocute, you know? Look how much damage Electrocute did. That's not okay.
Yeah. I can't go Electrocute on Poke Varus. It's not fair.
Plus, I can't build Medjai as an AD champion. They removed that years ago. He would buy it if you could.
He would.
100%.
Man, there were just so many fights where it just felt like Nongshim's comp could not do anything.
Yeah, I think we'll see this more and more, where towards the end of Fearless, some teams just don't have the tools. It's just not there. They clearly wanted Lahens on someone with Snap Engage. We've seen him before, even in series they won, on things like the Braum, not able to do what he wants for the team. And I think the mistake was not securing him a pick in the first 3 picks before the second round of bans. If he'd been able to get his hands on like the Rel, I think the Rel would have been huge.
Yeah.
Could have been a game changer. Not saying they would have won if they got the Rel, but I think we would have seen a lot more potential and a lot more life in the comp. I also think the Aphelios is really just not great here.
Yeah.
I think really, like, you know, the Azir I wasn't sold on, but it was the bot lane pickup I think really cemented this as a kind of rough to play draft. And then D+, even when the drafts had been more even at the start of the series, they still looked a lot cleaner. But yeah, as long as they don't outplay themselves by picking, like flexing Camille bot and putting Aatrox in the cannon. But to be fair, I think as much as like it was a kind of a happy game, the previous one from D+, I think it kind of discredits because you know Nongshim came up with a good comp and executed well. There was some great plays in that one from Fisher as well. But for sure, D+ a lot stronger on the day.
I don't know exactly what Showmaker said, but the whole crowd laughed, so just being Showmaker. It's like he's at home, he's streaming, just with all of his buddies at the same time. Having a great time.
Oh, Aiming did more damage without Electrocute. Okay, Showmaker's stuck.
And without Medjai's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what he was showing them on the computer. It's like, look how much damage I did.
Maybe it's because everybody on the enemy team was really squishy, so Showmaker would just kill them so fast.
They ran out of health.
They ran out of health, and so he couldn't, you know, up those damage numbers. Whereas Aiming the whole time is just like hitting Tarek over and over and over again.
I'm certain that having this discussion right now in the booth.
Absolutely. Well, Showmaker did die once in this 4-game best of 5.
Ironic, his only death was on Zillion.
That's true.
It's
because he was so generously giving his ult to other people.
Yes. Like the 0-8 Aatrox.
Yeah, exactly.
He needed it. I think the 0-8 Aatrox needed it more than he did.
I think the numbers don't lie. They tell you the truth.
If you factor in the Zillion deaths, he died a lot more than 8 times.
He definitely did.
Maybe even more than Beryl.
Maybe we should factor them in, actually, just to give them a high score.
Yeah.
DK never change, you know. This is just them. They had their fun. I think maybe they'll be challenged later on up against either Genji or Hamalive Esports? Maybe, but they just look like they're really having a great time still. They won best of threes like this in group stage, not necessarily with like these drafts, but in a very fun manner, having fun, flexing weird picks, stuff like that. So they just look unstoppable.
Yeah, I really think we're gonna have to see not just teams, play their best, but step up as well. Like HLE look a lot better against T1. I think the level of them still isn't enough to challenge D+ in the current form. So we'll obviously see HLE versus Genji and looking at those teams to see which can really step up to the plate and challenge D+ right now.
Yeah, also our predictions for Genji versus HLE are all over the place.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
going to be really fun. Guys, either way, we do have the interview ready to go. I'm going to hand it over to, I believe, Ji-sun today for the translation.
쇼메이커 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisoo for
야,
the
오늘 정말
POM
최고의 활약을
interview
보여준 쇼메이커 선수이기
translation,
때문에
joined by
기분 정말 좋으실 것
Showmaker, who had a
같습니다.
phenomenal
그룹
performance
배틀부터
today.
매치 전승을 이어가고
D+
있습니다.
Kia is
승리
still
소감 들어주시죠.
undefeated here in the LCK Cup, starting
최근
from
들어
the
이렇게
group battle.
높은
How are you
위치에서
feeling
보는
right
게 좀
now?
오랜만인 것 같아서
I mean, over the course of the few years, I have never
남은
been
승자전도
on
꼭
top
이겨서
of the
결승전
standings like this.
진출하겠습니다.
It feels
네,
amazing.
오늘
I
정말
hope
진짜
we can win the
화려한
upcoming
플레이를
winners bracket
보여주셨는데요.
match as
이
well and make it
세트가
to the
매우
finals.
흥미로웠습니다. 이 세트.
Game number 2
판테온을
was very,
이대로
very
가져가시더라고요.
interesting with your
그동안
Pantheon
디플러스 기아가
mid.
정글과
So far,
서포트로만
D+
사용을
Kia
하셨었는데
only
오늘은
used
갑자기
Pantheon
미드로
as a
선택을
jungle pick and a
하셨습니다.
support
사실
pick, but
쇼메이커
today it was
선수가
yours.
판테온으로 두 번
Showmaker, so
던졌을 때
far
승리가
in your entire
없었기도
career,
했는데
you were not
어떤
able
과정이
to
있었는지
get a
궁금해요.
win on that Pantheon pick.
일단 좀
So,
이제
what
AD
kind of strategy was
카드들을 좀
behind?
생각하다가 이제
We were going over
LCK 도
some of the
많이
options
참고하는데
for
이제
the
고인재 선수가
AD champions on the
발본에
mid lane, and then
영웅
recently
네, 그런
I
판단을
saw
하셨더라고요.
Doinbi
그래서
going for Pantheon mid
괜찮겠다
with
싶어서
a
바로
Strikebreaker
해봤던 것
and a tier build for the tank items. So I thought it was really, really good. Speaking of Fimble Winter, what made you think that it's a good item for Pantheon? I just copied whatever Doinbi built. I didn't really do the calculation because Doinbi, he's a true pioneer, so I just followed this way. Unfortunately, Game 3 was actually a big loss for D+ Kia. What kind of feedback went back and forth after that game? Well, I told my teammates that I'm going to play Zillion, and it didn't go well, so I realized that I'm not going to play that again. And we just wanted to pick ourselves up together for Game 4. And then in that Game 4, LeBlanc was popping off, carrying the entire game by herself. Even building Magi's and getting all the stacks early. Of course, LeBlanc is one of my confident picks. As we head to the later phase of the Fearless draft, and then it was the second phase of the pick and ban, I thought it was a perfect spot for LeBlanc to hit every spot that was needed. And just like you mentioned, with this win, you are now on the winners bracket. You will be playing up against either Genji or Hana Life Esports. What are you expecting about the match? Both teams look so scary, honestly. So we will just do our best, no matter what. And anything you would like to say to the fans before we close out the interview? We will make sure to display our best performance in that upcoming match and make it to the finals. Thank you so much. And that will be the end of the POM interview with Showmaker. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun, as it is Showmaker, giving some insights on how the series went, pulling back the build, giving a shout out to Doinbi. There's a lot there that we got to see from D+, and we confirmed it, as we alluded to here in the space. Fun gaming in match number 3 here, Wolf.
Happy gaming, yeah, that's Showmaker's answer about I said, I'm going to play Zillion, it'll work. It has worked for him in the past. This was not one of those times, unfortunately. But it's good to see that they can laugh off that loss, because obviously we all kind of agree this was just a bit of a weird situation and not really indicative of their level of play.
Yeah, and they've really solidified it in game number 4, right? Where Showmaker is like, okay, guys, partially because of me, even though he had... what was it, 1 and 16 in his top and support role.
It's not great.
But he was like, okay, I'll lock in, gets the solo bolo initially to set up first blood, and the game kind of snowballs from there. And I was saying to Wolf as well, what I really love is that it seems like everything is clicking. So instead of 1 every 3-4 games, we get every single game. Lucid and Showmaker look amazing. I think I don't know what the actual votes will end up being, but like I imagine it's mostly Showmaker. But Lucid looked amazing today. As I think I consider it as well. I think that Showmaker just had too big of a performance, particularly in the final game. But Aiming somehow also, and I know this is against Nongshim, this is a winning game, but I think Aiming has also looked, weirdly enough, a lot more consistent off of his picks. Like the Varus comes to mind, like that didn't used to be something that he was very good at.
Yeah, I mean the Ziggs is something that we know he's not been historically very strong at, so like it kind of makes sense that's the one that ended up being the weird one. But yeah, arguably looking more consistent than players like Viper or Smash that we've seen already so far here in playoffs. So a big boon for D+, who are at the top of the standings, still currently undefeated here in the LCK Cup. Again, asterisk here in the first matchup was against Nongshim, but looked so good. It was so dominant. It's really reminiscent of T1's victory over Nongshim earlier on.
Yeah, the best part is that there's still room to grow. I think a lot of times when teams are this dominant, you kind of wonder, okay, are they going to get punished for mistakes? Are they going to get away with happy gaming? Not the case here. It is a 3-1, Showmaker being the POM. So let's get to those comments. Let's take a look at how we ended up with these things. The picks, the plays, the moves.
It's my show, and I'm the showmaker. I thought, you know, Showmaker, great picks, fantastic depth. This tournament so far, in the series, just the same. Obviously, the Zillion didn't work out, but great plays, good movement, great rotations, good map awareness. He has the full package right now. He might be our best mid laner. And with Faker gone, I think he's our best remaining mid laner in the tournament.
Ronnie?
We also got a little highlight on Jonas Strong, who was kind of caught off guard by the fact that no one else. And I gotta say, I want to vote Lucid whenever I can get away with it.
Of course you do, yeah.
I'm always looking for an angle, but you just had to give it to him. It's again the creativity, and it's the more we see of this team, the more it does become clear that everything stands or falls with how he performs, and that makes sense because it's mid, right? Like we can say that about T1 with Fake, we can say that about Genji with Chovy. Really, funnily enough, I think Humble Life is the only team where that doesn't hold as strongly. But he's just in peak form, and we haven't seen him be this consistently good since 2021, so I'm very happy.
Yeah, maybe Viper there. That's a whole different conversation. This is what Jonas Strong said. He said, Lucid did so well, I wasn't expecting a one-sided Showmaker vote, so I was expecting closer to a 50-50. So Jonas Strong, he's been based. He got the vote right yesterday, or a couple days ago, with who was going to win. Here's Ox's, you are truly fearless. Of course, the shout out to his champ pool.
Could be a reference to Jiwoo's positioning in that game as well. Like Showmaker was saying it to him.
Could be a reference to the Le Seraphim song as well. You know, fearless. Maybe Ox is a big K-pop guy.
Could be. I think he's been known to dabble.
He dabbles. He lives in Korea.
Really well. Let's keep going. All right. He can be a kingmaker. He can also be a showmaker. That one's Prince. I heard them in the back, like, shouting during game number 4 about some of the plays over
If there is a guy that knows anything about king making, it's a guy named Prince.
Helios just going straight for the Valentine's Day was yesterday, my guy. Sexy showmaker there by Helios with how he did it. And then go with Come, the greatest showman's show is live.
A bit of a crier of this one.
Yes, a musical fan. That's pretty good.
Yeah, go.
Woo! Go with the deep cuts. All right. Yeah, great show here put on by Showmaker and the rest of D+. Let's take a look at the highlights here from this last game. And it was a lot of Lahens versus top mid lane Bush.
Yeah.
He wasn't winning.
He was not winning. Tarek's not known for his mobility. And so when he ends up getting caught with the initial pick and the burst follow-up they have, even Tarek isn't going to last long enough to survive. And it happens a second time as well.
It's pretty remarkable that a composition that I feel like really should... It stands or falls with the Viego and the LeBlanc, right? Because they want to get the early kills. They want to snowball. There was the Magi. There was just the fact that Viego exists as a champion. There's the Varus passive. So getting early kills is really big, but that should not happen from 100 to 0 with Tarek. You should need to do some preemptive poking first. But instead, they got ahead early, and with both Showmaker and Lucid, as fed as they were, and aiming, just firing away arrows, every fight just blown up in seconds in the beginning.
And a small thing about this fight, too, right before this was when they had that pick onto Shu. and King used his hijack onto the Gnar, so I'm pretty sure when this fight broke out right afterwards, he actually couldn't hijack Gnar's ultimate. So I think if he had it in that fight, because I don't think he needed to use it in that side lane kill, they might have been able to do something there. I think King not really showing full mastery on this Sylas pick, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was so funny because you called that one right away. He's like, I don't think he needed ult there. He was dead. And then the very next fight, he should have had that Gnar ult.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure also Flash the casters also mentioned that, which was also not really necessary. And that to me is the one thing that I would put as a small caveat for today, and we talked about it in draft of Game 4 as well, is that Xiu, even in the Gnar game, like his final play was great, but at that point the game was already won. Still going for plays, the TP to mid comes to mind. But he is definitely looking right now like me, like he is, as you would expect from a rookie that is 17 years old. Kind of still on the fence as to how he's going to do as we get really deep into Fearless, really deep into the tournament. Picking that Gnar very early on for him, I think, was also a sign from the team to be like, hey, we got your back.
I think there's a lot of confidence, though, and I think that when you look at a player who is this young and hasn't really had big LCK best-of-5s and had them in challengers, to be confident, though, is a good sign moving forward, and I think he hasn't really been shaken too hard. Everybody's going to laugh off that Game 3 loss.
Yep, and he'll have at least 2 opportunities to do so as D plus Kia move on up to the top side of the bracket in the upper bracket finals with a 3-1 victory over Nongshim. Nongshim will drop to the lower side of the bracket, and they will both await who their opponent will be in the next match. Hanwha Life Esports versus Gen G, a big one here. Here's the predictions one more time. As you know, when you go bold, it's always fun to go bold with a 3-0 until it just doesn't work, and then it's just like
I've seen enough D plus games.
It's never a 3-0. Yeah, I'm with you on this one, Wolf.
Like, I was like, I think they're really going to be strong.
What was
in
the score that Nongshim did to qualify for this?
No. What do you mean with DK specifically?
No, it was 3-0. Oh, with DK, okay.
Yeah, DK is it's
just
not a 3-0 team.
Even in 2021, when they were by far the best team in the LCK, they would just do stuff sometimes. They would just...
Was the win against Suning 3-1 as well?
It was, yeah. World's Finals. Although that one I don't think was a happy game. I think Suning was just very, very good in that one. I can't wait to see tomorrow. Because today we all knew, right? Like we had a universally agreed upon DK winning. That just ended up happening, even with the one game being kind of a blowout. But tomorrow, I don't know what to expect. It's actually Sokon, the last series between T1 and Hanwha Life, slapped.
I mean, I went back and forth on my prediction. I'm going to keep it a secret until tomorrow, but I really went back and forth so hard on this one. I think we haven't seen Gen G in so long, similar to D+ that we saw finally revealed today. They're still in form. We don't know what their forms look like, whereas Hanwha Life look like they've improved a little bit. They ramped up quite significantly in that T1 series, so it should be a banger.
It should be. I think we're just too afraid of a team coming out flat the way that KT did. If you're the higher seed, one of these higher seeds that deserves a spot, I think you deserve a little bit of the credit.
Gen G's not gonna... I can see Gen G still not play at the level they played before. No shot they're gonna get 3-0 like KT did, right?
I don't think so. I'm with you. I don't see it. Well, KT's KT.
Yeah, the speculation will last for another 23, maybe 22 hours because the series will be coming at you tomorrow. The second, I guess, double elimination match, Hanwha Life Esports, Gen G. Until then, we'll see you.